Chapter 23:30. Giant Sun Immortal's words shook Fei Wu's body and mind. He showed a moved expression. Ancestor is wise. The so-called internal strife in Fei clan is only a disguise. In truth, if not for the beast tide erupting in the forbidden area, how could our Fei clan be destroyed because of this? In my previous life, I expended countless immortal materials and resources, but I did not exhaust Fei clan's foundation. After that, I opened up the forbidden area to take away the one Shizi in the depths of the forbidden area. However, the legendary immemorial beast, one Shizi, had already recovered a lot. He was not delirious. We fell for his scheme and were drowned in the beast tide. However, our Fei clan retaliated with all our strength, but we did not let one Shizi succeed. His will completely dissipated in the end. What a pity! If not for one Shizi's interference, our Fei clan would have dominated northern plains. We would have an endless supply of immortal Yuan stone. We would have become the #1 Huang Jin tribe to a certain extent. We would be on par with Celestial Court. Yao Huang heard this and stared with wide eyes, asking questions. One Shizi? Isn't that the earliest legendary immemorial desolate beast to appear in history? According to legends, he was killed by primordial origin immortal venerable. How could he still be alive? An endless supply of immortal Yuan stone. Could it be that Senior has discovered the secret of Celestial Court's immortal Yuan stone production? Giant Sun Immortal was silent. If reviving Fei Wu only gave him immortal Yuan stone, it was nothing much. But according to the results of his luck inspection, this Fei Wu was of great help to him. In the Blood Sea, Yao Huang became more excited. He clapped his fists. Good, Senior Fei Wu revived at the right time. As long as we have this, we will be able to produce immortal Yuan stone. Our reputation will rise, and we will catch up to Celestial Court. This is definitely an opportunity. Celestial Court has already stopped distributing immortal Yuan stone to outer immortals. Once we do so, we will give outsiders the impression that longevity heaven surpasses Celestial Court. The more Yao Huang spoke, the more excited he became. Celestial Court stopped distributing immortal Yuan stone? Humph, that is because they have no way of producing it. Fei Wu was still kneeling on the ground, but he straightened his upper body and sneered, showing his certainty. Oh, stand up and tell me in detail. At this moment, the giant sun, immortal, descended onto the Blood Sea and landed in front of Fei Wu. Yes. Fei Wu bowed deeply again before standing up. Then I will start from the beginning. Fei Wu said slowly. We all know that between heaven and earth, there is an endless amount of vitality, and a spirit spring produces Yuan stone, but no one has discovered that an immortal spring produces an immortal Yuan stone. Wild goo worms, be they mortal goo or immortal goo, can absorb primeval energy and activate their own power. But once it is refined, the goo worm will become a personal possession and lose this ability. Goo worms can only use primeval essence and immortal essence. The primeval essence and immortal essence here include the goo worm's owner and other goo cultivators. For example, once a goo worm is lent, the goo worm can absorb the primeval essence and immortal essence of other goo cultivators. For example, an immortal goo house can absorb the immortal essence of the goo cultivator stored inside the immortal goo house. What is the root cause of all this? According to my research, the reason is that both true essence and celestial essence contain our will. Wild goo worms contain providence. They are objects of heaven and earth. Thus, goo are the essence of heaven and earth. When we refine the goo worm, we expel the providence inside and replace it with our own will. At this point, the goo worm becomes a personal possession, and the will inside cannot obtain the recognition of providence from the outside world. Thus, it can no longer absorb primeval energy from the outside world. When it is lent to others, The will inside the goo worm recognizes the other goo cultivator and can consume their primeval essence and immortal essence to activate it. Different kinds of immortal essence contain different wills, thus they can be consumed. This is also the last resort of many rank 6 goo immortals when attacking blessed lands with owners. Yao, Huang was puzzled. What does this have to do with the production of immortal Yuan stone? No rush. Listen to my explanation, and you will understand. Fei Wu waved his hand with a smile. Our aperture produces primeval essence, and the immortal aperture origin core produces immortal essence. These contain our will. Then are there no Yuan stone and immortal Yuan stone? Of course there are. The Yuan stone produced by a spirit spring contains the tough and solidified primeval essence of providence. It is just that there is too little providence in primordial origin. It is easily overlooked. However, this heaven's will always secretly enter our minds when we are absorbing primordial stones, affecting our thinking. This is one of the methods providence uses to control us. Unfortunately, most goo cultivators in the world are attracted by the recovery of primeval essence after absorbing Yuan stone. They do not notice this. Even if they notice it, it does not matter to them. Because providence is more ubiquitous than air, it is normal to have some in Yuan stone. The immortal Yuan stone distributed by the Celestial Court is actually the same as Yuan stone. It also contains providence. Why did the Celestial Court distribute the rank 6 immortal Yuan stone? This is actually a huge scheme of the Celestial Court. During primordial origin Immortal Venerables era, the Celestial Court purposely distributed immortal Yuan stone. These immortal Yuan stones were spread to the variant human goo immortals of that time. They were used by them. Providence infiltrated them. Back then, Providence protected humans. They rose to power and replaced all the variant humans. During Star Constellation Immortal Venerables era, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable merged with the Tao. She could distort Providence and greatly influence Providence. Immortal Yuan stone was even more widely circulated. When goo immortals use these immortal Yuan stones, it is equivalent to them being infiltrated by Providence and being influenced and manipulated by the Celestial Court. Yao Huang heard this, and his mouth opened slightly. Is that the case? Then can we imitate the Celestial Court and distribute immortal Yuan stone to achieve a result that is beneficial to our longevity? Heaven? Fei Wu shook his head. Unless we can merge with the Tao like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Alter Providence. Yao Huang was somewhat impatient. Even if we cannot achieve the same effect, as long as there is an endless supply of immortal Yuan stone, it is extremely beneficial to longevity. Heaven. Senior Fei, how can we produce immortal Yuan stone? Fei Wu waved his hand again. No rush, listen to me. To produce primeval essence, we need a person's will and aperture. To produce immortal essence, we need a person's will and immortal aperture. To produce Yuan stone, we need providence and spirit spring. What about producing immortal Yuan stone? Yao Huang blinked. To produce immortal Yuan stone, do we need providence and immortal aperture or providence and immortal essence spring? Fei Wu shook his head. Many rank 8 goo immortals do not have the confidence to undergo tribulation again, so they annex the immemorial 9 heavens fragments. From then on, the immortal aperture will turn into a grotto heaven, and rank 8 goo immortals will become caged birds, unable to take a step out of the grotto heaven. These grotto heavens all have providence and immortal apertures. Why can't they produce immortal Yuan stone? As for providence and immortal essence spring, this is the conjecture of Celestial Court's immortal Yuan stone. They think that Celestial Court obtained the only immortal essence spring in the world. But the truth is, this is not true. There is no such thing as an immortal essence spring in the world. Yao Huang sighed. Senior Fei, Don't keep us in suspense." Even Giant Sun Immortal said, "Just say it." Fei Wu did not dare to disobey Giant Sun Immortal's orders. He sighed with regret. "Then I will say it. According to my research, a spirit spring is essentially an ordinary heaven path resource point. It contains heaven path, water path, and earth path Dao marks. Thus it has the appearance of providence and spring water, and produces yuan stone that is hard and solidified. The heavenly Dao seeks to balance all living beings. It will absolutely not produce a resource point like immortal yuan stone. Immortal essence is the most basic. Without immortal essence, no matter how many immortal gu you have, they cannot display their power. And the widespread circulation of immortal yuan stone greatly increases the chances of gu immortals surviving calamities and tribulations. The production of immortal yuan stone can only be done by humans. However, even if it is done by humans, it cannot bypass providence. It needs the infusion of providence for immortal yuan stone to be produced. Thus, a dead knot is formed. Fei Wu clearly pointed out that to produce immortal yuan stone, providence was the most crucial factor. If providence were to take the initiative and be willing to do it, it would go against the fundamental principles of the heavenly Tao. It was clearly impossible. But this was not absolute. In history, Celestial Court was able to do it. During Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable's era, it used the uniqueness of I Chi Zi to produce immortal yuan stone. During Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era, I Chi Zi committed suicide, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fused with the Tao in her later years and altered providence, allowing Providence and Celestial Court to cooperate and continue to produce immortal yuan stone. So, what is so special about I Chi Zi? Since he has already committed suicide, how can he revive? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked directly. Fei Wu immediately answered. I Chi Zi is not his full name. His full name should be Primordial I Chi Zi. He is a very special, legendary, immemorial, desolate beast, similar to Di Zongxing that appeared in the future. When a Gu Master ascends to Gu Immortal, there is a crucial step, that is to absorb heaven and earth Qi, using human Qi to mix and harmonize the three Qi. If the harmonization of the three Qi succeeds, the three Qi lump will be compressed continuously, becoming smaller and smaller until it reaches its limit. This lump is primordial Qi. This is the foundation of primordial I Chi Zi. As long as a Gu Master ascends to Gu Immortal and produces primordial Qi, even if he is destroyed, he can revive. Initially, during the immemorial era, he was discovered and enlightened by a beastman expert. Thus, he obtained an immortal aperture, and his strength rose all the way until he became a legendary immemorial beast. Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable went on an expedition against variant humans. I Chi Zi fought with the Immortal Venerable and was defeated and captured. But Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable announced that he had already killed him. Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable imprisoned I Chi Zi and used it to produce immortal yuan stone. I Chi Zi lost his freedom. He was extremely unwilling and tried to break free. He tried many methods, but they all failed in front of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, it was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who took over. The latter was more skilled in scheming than the former. She was extremely shrewd. I Chi Zi could only commit suicide in despair. This was the reason why he once committed suicide in Celestial Court. Yao Huang did not understand. Then how did he produce immortal yuan stone? Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with bright light. He muttered to himself, "So that's it." At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal finally understood why the killer move Arise of Time resulted in Fei Wu's revival. Because his revival could indirectly replenish Giant Sun Immortal's immortal essence. This was more practical and beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal than rank 9 like Gu. It was just that luck path itself was a variable. Giant Sun Immortal could make variables beneficial to him happen, but he could not control the specifics. That was because it involved the fates. Chapter 23:31. Fei Wu saw Yao Huang's confusion and laughed, happily explaining, "When a Gu master becomes an immortal, there is a fortuitous encounter. It is called natural inspiration. What is the reason for this? Heaven and earth chi contain providence. Human chi contains human will. At this crucial stage, the three chi fuse, providence and human will converge. Humans can ask about all kinds of mysteries, seeking the truth and answers of heaven and earth. This is because providence recognizes human will. Why? In my opinion, once the aperture changes, it becomes an immortal aperture. Immortal apertures are fruits and gains to heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao is happy to see this happen, thus favoring human will. Primordial essence single chi child's specialty is that his body is primordial essence single chi, which is the fusion of the three chi. Thus he can obtain the favor and recognition of providence at all times." Yao Huang stared with wide eyes. "Doesn't that mean he can always use natural inspiration?" Fei Wu shook his head. "Strictly speaking, that is the case. But the truth is not like that. We all know that the three chi need to be harmonized to become primordial essence. If the three chi lose balance, the Gu cultivator will die. But I Chi child is not like this. Losing balance of the three chi does not threaten his life, but he will lose his rationality. To harmonize the three chi and maintain their balance is too difficult. We have all experienced immortal ascension. We need to do our best to harmonize the three chi. This state lasting for half a day is enough for us. Primordial essence, single chi child, on the other hand, has to face this process from start to finish. Thus, when he exhausts his mental energy or gets tired of harmonizing the three chi in his body will lose balance. Providence as human will get entangled and become chaotic, causing his mind to become muddled. In this situation, he cannot even think normally. How can he use natural inspiration? But no matter what, as long as it is the primordial essence, single chi, providence will always favor human will. It is willing to help human will. If it is an ordinary Gu master without an immortal aperture, they can only communicate with providence and use natural inspiration. But I Chi child is different. He already has an immortal aperture. Thus, when his mind is clear, his immortal aperture will produce immortal essence. When his mind is muddled, it will produce immortal Yuan stone that contains providence. The medicine sovereign finally understood everything. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable was too unique. Using his unique body, Primordial origin Immortal Venerable obtained the immortal Yuan stone. But Primordial origin Immortal Venerable only gave out rank 6 immortal Yuan stone. But after Primordial Unity Chi child died, even though star constellation Immortal Venerable had merged with the Tao and could alter providence, there was a limit to it. She could not completely destroy providence. Thus, the Celestial Court could only produce rank 6 immortal Yuan stone. Fei Wu continued, "Back then, I accidentally found the primordial chi seed in the forbidden area. He was in a state of confusion and was buried deep underground, unable to move. When I conversed with him, he spoke incoherently and didn't answer my questions. However, he was filled with hatred towards the 2 venerables of the Celestial Court and kept cursing them. After a few more times, I've accumulated results, and I've deduced many truths through guesses and guesses. I mobilized the entire Fei clan to seize the primordial chi seed. He spent immortal materials to modify the killer move in an attempt to control it. However, when the preparations were complete and we were about to enter the forbidden area, the primordial chi seed actually had its own consciousness. Helpless, we could not stop and could only continue fighting. Fei clan was exterminated, but the primordial chi seed was also trapped by our Fei clan's method. If there is no mistake, he is still hiding in his original location. Ancestor only needs to use him. Giant Sun Immortal nodded, and immediately brought Fei Wu to Jade Ring Forbidden Area. Northern Plains' 10 Great Forbidden Areas had countless desolate beast groups. Immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants were not rare either. Super forces had the ability to expand, but if they made a mistake, they might trigger a terrifying beast tide. Fei Clan was an example of a failed exploration of a forbidden area. Jade Ring Forbidden Area had towering ancient trees. From the outside to the inside, there were more than a dozen rings. The deeper they went, the more dangerous the environment would be. The primordial chi seed was hidden in the 6th ring. With Giant Sun, Immortal personally taking action, he could easily reach it. Fei Wu had just revived and did not have any goo worms, but he could guide him. Facing his ancestor, he did not hide anything. He revealed everything. After some deductions, Giant Sun Immortal came up with a luck path modified killer move. Using this move would affect Fei Clan's arrangements. After removing the arrangements, Giant Sun Immortal took out a large black bead from the depths of the ground. The black bead was as large as an elephant. Its surface was smooth and its aura was deeply concealed. This is the result of my Fei Clan's efforts. Even a legendary immemorial would be sealed by my clan. Fei Wu sighed deeply when he saw the primordial chi seed again. His grand ambitions were in vain. Fei Clan was exterminated, but he was fortunate enough to revive. All his efforts in life to help his ancestor were not in vain. Giant Sun Immortal analyzed for a while, and combined with Fei Wu's information, he understood the primordial chi seed's details. The primordial chi seed was a lump of primordial chi, but when its consciousness completely recovered, it would turn into a human form. It would be extremely lifelike, indistinguishable from a normal person. And when it did not harmonize the 3 chi, when the 3 chi were in chaos, it would be a lump of primordial chi. When the heaven chi was abundant, it would float up. When there was more earth chi, it would sink into the ground. When he fought with Fei Clan, he had not completely recovered his consciousness and could not display his full strength. Fei Wu and the rest had indeed made ample preparations. The killer move they deduced was especially effective against the primordial chi seed. Thus it was able to imprison him. Although Fei Wu only had rank 7 cultivation, Fei Clan had many rank 8s. They had immortal goo houses and the foundation of a super force. Of course, the most important thing was that the primordial chi seed did not have consciousness. Its strength had fallen sharply once it lost consciousness. Even Spectral Soul, Demon, Venerable could not keep Fairy Myrtle, Ing Wuxia, and the rest. The world had changed. By now, the power of Fei Clan's killer move was already very weak, almost reaching its limit. But even if the primordial chi seed regained its freedom, with its current state, it would still remain at the same spot without any consciousness. Giant Sun Immortal used the primordial chi to inspect the depths of its immortal aperture, and immediately found many rank 8 immortal Yuan stone. The immortal aperture origin core's production of immortal essence was as natural as breathing. Providence always suppressed one's will, causing the legendary immemorial immortal chi seeds immortal aperture to accumulate a large number of rank 8 immortal Yuan stone. Rank 6 immortal Yuan stone did not have much meaning to Giant Sun Immortal, but rank 8 immortal Yuan stone was different. Giant Sun Immortal was overjoyed, but he also found a problem. There was a lot of providence in rank 8 immortal Yuan stone. If he wanted to absorb these immortal Yuan stones, he would need to get rid of these providence. It was slightly troublesome. If he did not handle it well, it would affect the efficiency of the immortal Yuan stone converting into immortal essence. For example, a rank 8 immortal Yuan stone after getting rid of Providence, could only convert half a bead of rank 8 immortal essence. Rank 6 immortal Yuan stone did not have this problem because there was too little Providence. Giant Sun immortal thought. Primordial origin immortal venerable used chi seed back then. He also had rank 8 immortal Yuan stone, but he purposely spread the rank 6. He probably did not want the variant human goo immortals to suspect him, but during star constellation immortal venerable's era, chi seed committed suicide, and star constellation immortal venerable altered Providence, she could only use the origin core of the celestial court to produce rank 6 immortal Yuan stone. It's just that, where did these rank 8 immortal essence stones go? Was it used up, or is it still hidden? If it is hidden, why did we not discover it when we attacked the celestial court? Did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rob the celestial court's treasury and let him obtain it? Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. Later, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was captured by star constellation Immortal Venerable and turned into a puppet. If he obtained this batch of extremely valuable rank 8 immortal Yuan stone, star constellation Immortal Venerable would take the chance to take it back. But it was clear that up until now, star constellation Immortal Venerable had always been lacking immortal essence. No, star constellation Immortal Venerable cultivates wisdom path. What if this is all her disguise? Giant Sun Immortal frowned. A solemn expression appeared on his face. If she has a lot of immortal essence, why is she lacking immortal essence? What is she using it for? Ever since star constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path Tao marks of the celestial court, Giant Sun Immortal could no longer investigate her situation. As for Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal could easily investigate him. If that is the case, O star constellation Immortal Venerable, what are you hiding, and how deep are you hiding it? Giant Sun Immortal looked towards Central Continent, Eastern Sea. Any venerable has talent that ordinary geniuses cannot surpass. Feng Yuan had already studied the gains he obtained from Giant Sun Immortal's transactions. He had obtained what he wanted. Feng Yuan had already refined the rank 5 Blood Skull Goo recipe. He had only used rank 4 Blood Skull Goo earlier, but Giant Sun Immortal had already developed it to rank 5 recently. Even though it was a mortal goo recipe, it was an advancement that surpassed the limits of the world. This showed how talented Giant Sun Immortal was. Rank 5 Blood Skull Goo only needed to extract a certain amount of bloodline from a relative. It was not like rank 4 Blood Skull Goo, which needed to be slaughtered. There was also the method to produce twins. Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to reveal the results of his yin-yang path that he had secretly researched. Back then, in 88-point Yin-yang Tower, there was the Giant Sun Immortal inheritance of yin-yang path. The content was for 2 goo immortals to cooperate and prolong one's lifespan through intercourse. But this method had a flaw. If one side's lifespan was extended, the other side's lifespan would be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one side's lifespan to the other. Right now, the yin-yang path research results that Giant Sun Immortal traded with Feng Yuan were far more comprehensive and complete than those in 88-point Yin-yang Tower. Giant Sun Immortal had great ambitions in creating this path. He wanted to use yin-yang to explain all things in the world. This was similar to how Feng Joga wanted to use sound path to sing about all living beings in the world. But as Giant Sun Immortal's strength and vision continued to rise, he realized that his yin-yang concept was too crude. He eventually gave up on it and did not continue creating it. Even though there were some results in yin-yang path, it was far from a qualitative change and could not truly become a brand new path. At most, there were only many paths mixed in, as well as some scattered small results occasionally. The yin-yang coitus life extension method was one of these small results. As for abortion goo, placate fetus goo, multiple births goo, pregnancy goo, reincarnation goo, dead fetus goo, and so on. They were other small results. Multiple births goo was what Fang Yuan wanted. Rank 1 was one birth goo. It could give birth to a second child. Rank 2 was second birth goo. It could give birth to twins at once. Rank 3 was triplets. Rank 4 was quadruplets. Rank 5 was quintuplets. Chapter 2332. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Top point small speak X. 23. Yuam. So, can you tell me about my father? Guyue Fang Xiang looked at the hairy man Gu Immortal in front of him. Standing beside him was a female immortal. The hairy man Gu Immortal 12th hair looked at the female immortal before looking at Guyue Fang Xiang. This female, Gu Immortal, was the mermaid Lian Ku Xian. It turned out that after Guyue Fang Xiang passed the tribulation and became a Gu Immortal, he would return to the hairy man continent and visit his unconscious mother, the former Steel Thread City Lord. Lian Ku Xian had been protecting him during the tribulation. She told him about the true nature of this world. Guyue understood. If he wanted to save his mother, he had to contribute to this world and great love, immortal, venerable. This way, he could use the contribution points he earned to issue missions and invite those healing Gu Immortals to heal his mother. Moreover, Lian Ku Xian told Fang Xiang this hairy man continent was guarded by a hairy man Gu Immortal. If you want to find your father, you can go and ask him. Guyue Fang Xiang followed Lian Ku Xian's lead and met 12th hair for the first time. He asked about his father. 12th hair nodded. Your father, I know a little, but that was a long time ago. If you want to know, help me with something. Guyue Fang Xiang was a little hesitant. He did not agree immediately. Lian Ku Xian saw this and said, 12th hair, this is Fang Xiang, a newly ascended immortal. If your request is too important, forget it. Guyue Fang Xiang gave Lian Ku Xian a grateful gaze. 12th hair laughed. Fang Xiang, you have half hairy man blood in you. Why would I bully you? Don't worry. This is only about the settlement of the drifting refinement nest. Oh, to think that you have already finished refining the nest? Lian Ku Xian was truly surprised. 12th hair said, with the method Master created, us hairy man Gu Immortals only did some simple things. Then 12th hair looked at Fang Xiang and said, the drifting refinement nest has been completed. You only need to place it in the refinement sea. This was much easier than crafting a wandering refining nest. If you can complete it, I will tell you about your father. Guyue couldn't make up his mind and subconsciously looked at Lian Kursen. Lian Ku Xian smiled at him and nodded gently. All right, I agree. Guyue immediately made up his mind. 12th hair moved drifting refinement nest into Guyue's immortal aperture. When Guyue first saw the drifting smelting nest, he saw this strangely shaped building. It was as big as a mountain, but its shape and structure were like a beehive. It was filled with small spaces of different sizes. The smelting nest was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. It was orange-yellow in color, and its bottom was the foundation of an island. It could float on the surface of the sea and resist the strong winds and huge waves. It was very stable. How amazing! Fang Xiang used his investigative means to take a look, and his eyes immediately widened in astonishment. 12th hair laughed and said in a proud tone, this was personally created by Master. Of course, it is extraordinary. Every drifting refinement nest can be considered an embryonic, secluded domain of heaven and earth. Refinement nests contain countless refinement path Tao marks. Refining Gu inside will not only increase the chances of success, it can also save on the cost of Gu refinement. Refinement nests can not only contain tens of thousands of refinement path Gu masters, they can also contain no more than 10 refinement path Gu immortals. With refinement path Gu immortals guarding them, the refinement nests can continuously produce immortal goo. Every drifting refinement nest can be seen as a refinement path super resource point. All right, there is not much time left. You should quickly set off. Fang Xiang nodded and immediately set off with Lien Ku Xin towards Refinement C. Refinement C was at the center of mini Eastern Sea. It was not big compared to other sea areas, but its value was extraordinary. This is a true, secluded domain of heaven and earth. After Lien Ku Xion's explanation, Fang Xiang learned about the value of Refinement C below. Master is truly amazing. His methods are unimaginable. He is like an immortal god. He can even refine a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Fang Xiang praised repeatedly. Right now, Refinement C had been completely perfected by Fang Yuan. It had become a true secluded domain of heaven and earth. In the past, the land spirit of Langya had used calamities and tribulations to collect water path Tao marks, painstakingly creating the embryonic form of Refinement C. But in Fang Yuan's hands, the efficiency of creating Refinement C had increased by countless times. Firstly, Fang Yuan was a venerable, he was stronger than long-hair ancestor, not to mention the land spirit of Langya. Secondly, Fang Yuan was a refinement path Supreme Grandmaster. The current Supreme Martial Grandmaster was definitely more powerful than the previous Supreme Martial Grandmaster. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. His Tao marks did not conflict. He could use any path's methods. He directly used water path methods. It was much more convenient than the land spirit of Langya back then. Fang Xiang soon found his target location, but he needed to set up an immortal formation. It was much more complicated than he had imagined, because there was not just one floating refinement nest in the current Refinement C. There were many of them. Setting up a floating refinement nest was not as simple as leaving it behind. It needed to be stabilized at the same spot and form some sort of connection with the surrounding refinement nests. When the number of refinement nests reached a certain amount, the immortal formation would activate, and all of the refinement nests would float along with the waves of Refinement C. They were like ink and brush, drawing on the image of Refinement C. Refinement C helped refinement nests refine goo, and when Refinement C expended a lot, refinement nests would become Refinement C's replenishment. This was already a vast and grand system. Under Lien Ku Xion's guidance and cooperation, Fang Xiang started to set up the immortal formation. 3 days later, they had only completed 10% of it. This won't do, it is too slow. Lien Ku Xion immediately decided to spend some contribution points to issue missions and recruit helpers. Not long after, a Gu Immortal arrived. I am a newly ascended formation path, Gu Immortal. My name is Honest Ni. This Ni clan Gu Immortal was a pure human. He received Lien Ku Xion's mission. With his help, the progress was rapid. After another 3 days, the construction of the smelting nest was completed. Fang Xiang and Honest Ni parted reluctantly. In these 3 days, he and Honest Ni became good friends. Fang Xiang had been living in the 3 continents of hairy men his entire life. He rarely interacted with humans. He knew that his father was a human. Thus, he had always been curious and had good feelings towards humans. Honest Ni had an honest and kind nature. Thus, the two naturally became good friends. Fang Xiang's good feelings towards humans increased once again. After completing 12th Hair's task, he immediately returned to the Hairy Man continent to ask about his father. As for Honest Ni, after getting some contribution points from Lien Ku Xion, he decided to return to his clan. After returning to Ni clan, he was welcomed and cheered by the entire clan. Ni clan was originally located in southern border, but Fang Yuan moved it into the sovereign immortal aperture to make it easier for him to research human path Gu refinement methods. Now that Fang Yuan had become a refinement path venerable, NI clan lost its value, but they were also rooted in the sovereign immortal aperture. NI clan had several Gu immortal seeds, but only the most inconspicuous Honest NI succeeded in his immortal ascension. With a Gu immortal, NI clan became a superforce. Honest NI gathered the higher-ups of NI clan and explained his thoughts. One of Master's clones has made some progress in researching Dream Path recently. He has created a Dream Path formation that can raise the aptitude of a clan. I have already prepared enough contribution points. I will bring you to the formation now. How about that? Seeing that Honest NI succeeded in his immortal ascension, he did not forget his roots and was concerned about the development of the clan. The higher-ups were very touched. They nodded in agreement. Honest NI placed his clansmen into his immortal aperture and set off again. They flew towards Meng Qiuzhen's location. After Honest NI knelt down and explained his intentions, Meng Qiuzhen brought him to a Dream Path formation. After Honest NI paid enough contribution points, Meng Qiuzhen activated the formation. The former opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out his clansmen, watching them enter the Dream Path formation. Little won't be injured, right? Honest NI stared intently until the last person from the NI clan entered the formation and disappeared. His face was filled with worry, especially when his parents were among them. Meng Qiuzhen smiled lightly, shaking his head. How can there be injuries? Don't worry. Saying so, he activated the formation. At the next moment, the NI clansmen who entered the formation fell down. One by one, some started to snore. They fell asleep on the spot. Next, puff, puff, puff. A series of muffled sounds could be heard. These NI clansmen self-detonated in their sleep. Their blood was extracted by the big formation and transformed before it was injected into the body of the only surviving NI family clansman. After completing all this, the human sea in the depths of the formation activated. Thereupon, the countless NI clansmen who self-detonated revived, but they were still asleep. How many clansmen have entered the formation? Honest NI asked again. There have been 4 waves. You are the 5th. Meng Qiuzhen said, Don't worry. It is very safe in this formation. At the same time, the NI clansmen started the second wave of self-detonation, but this time the remaining clansmen were replaced by someone else. After such a massacre, the NI clansmen all raised their aptitudes. Meng Qiuzhen stopped the formation and woke these clansmen up. At once, the NI clansmen cheered loudly. Their voices were deafening. This is great. My aptitude has increased again. What method is this? So strong, so strong. This child Honest NI is very valuable. He did not forget his roots. After becoming an immortal, he still wants to repay the clan. Honest NI checked all the clansmen. Almost all of them had a great aptitude. This is truly a miracle. Only a person like Master, such a legend, can do it. Honest NI sighed in admiration. His reverence towards Fang Yuan deepened. But he did not know the truth. This was not a Dream Path formation. It was a Blood Path formation. But the Dream Path explanation was easy to convince Gu immortals. The matter of entering the formation to sleep seemed very normal when it was related to the Dream Tao. Chapter 2333. Fang Yuan's Divine Sense spread rapidly in the sovereign immortal aperture. Maybe I need to construct some wisdom path formations to facilitate the spread of my divine sense. Fang Yuan thought. The divine sense of speed was actually very fast, but the sovereign immortal aperture was too big. Every time Fang Yuan used his divine sense to check the situation in his immortal aperture, it was not very convenient. Ordinary Gu immortals did not have such a problem. Although their immortal apertures were also called small worlds, they could not compare to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's divine sense soon arrived at his destination. Mini Western Desert, Inkman City. in an inconspicuous corner of the city, there was a family. The male Inkman Goo Master was a young man with limited aptitude. He was only rank 2. Right now, he had a worried expression as he paced back and forth outside the bedroom. Wah! A baby's cry suddenly came from the bedroom. The male lead was overjoyed. He quickly rushed into the bedroom and saw his wife, as well as the female doctor who he had spent a lot of money to invite. The female doctor was holding an Inkman baby boy in her hands. He was very small and somewhat ugly, but he was very healthy. Everything is normal, except the female doctor smiled at the male lead before turning her gaze to the baby boy's hand. There was a pair of goo worms in his hand. It was bone flesh unity goo. The female doctor's eyes were filled with shock. Because she had personally delivered the baby, she had seen this pair of goo worms being born together with the baby boy. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it. This should be the effect of the life-sending temple. The female doctor asked the Inkman male lead. This was the first time the Inkman male lead had seen it. His eyes quickly turned red as he looked at this pair of goo worms. With his level and wealth, he did not know how much time and effort he would have to spend to obtain such goo worms. But now, this pair of rare goo worms was born together with his son. This was such a huge surprise. The Inkman male lead nodded and said with a choked voice, "Yes, after the life-sending temple was built in the city, we discussed to give it a try. To think we actually succeeded." The female doctor sighed. "You are definitely not the only one. This life-sending temple is indeed as advertised. It can quickly give birth. And if we are lucky, there will even be goo worms." The male Inkman wanted to say something, but hesitated. The female physician gave him a questioning look. On the bed, the still very weak female Inkman took the initiative to ask the female doctor to examine the bloodline of their family of 3. The female doctor suddenly realized that the family was worried that the baby boy was not their biological son. A moment later, the test was completed. The result made everyone happy. "This is my son. I finally have a son. Heavens, I finally have a son." The male Inkman no longer had any misgivings as he hugged the baby boy and cried tears of joy. Fang Yuan's spiritual force quietly retreated after witnessing the entire scene. The life-sending temple was his setup. There were many of these mortal goo houses. After Fang Yuan ordered them to be built, they were distributed all over the sovereign immortal aperture to make it easy for people to use them. Life-sending temple was a human path immortal goo house. It used the human path goo worms, pregnancy goo, third fetus goo, death fetus goo, multiple fetus goo, and safe fetus goo. He even used a large number of time path and refinement path goo worms to assist him. The actual effect of the life-sending temple was to extract the yin and yang energy of the man and woman, then use the pregnancy goo to make the woman pregnant. He then used 3 births goo to form triplets. Under the effect of death fetus goo, 2 of the triplets were refined as goo materials. The remaining triplets were protected by safe fetus goo. The 2 triplets were refined into bone flesh unity goo and were born at the same time as the remaining triplets. The entire process of pregnancy and birth did not exceed 7 days. This was the effect of time path goo worms. This way, the population of the various clans in the sovereign immortal aperture would grow rapidly. As the population grew, clans would be formed, and through dream path methods, they would be able to raise their aptitudes, and goo immortal seeds would increase. Moreover, during this process, everyone in the sovereign immortal aperture would worship, love, and be deeply grateful to Fang Yuan. It could be foreseen that they would become more and more loyal to Fang Yuan. The attached bone flesh unity goo is the vital goo of newborns. They will naturally refine it. Thus, these people will have rank 5 vital goo when they are born. When the scale of bone flesh unity goo reaches a certain level, they will switch to other goo worms. This way, these people will grow even faster. Fang Yuan planned in his mind. It was not difficult for the current him to do this. It was a simple matter. He was using a human body goo refinement method. It was one of the profundities of refinement path. Ni clan was of a higher level. When Ni clan's bloodline reached a certain stage, the current generation Ni Xiang would appear and produce immortal goo in their bodies. Fang Yuan was only producing mortal goo this time. Giant Sun Immortal created the Yin-Yang path. Its essence is abortion goo, safe fetus goo, and multiple fetuses goo. Almost all the venerables in history have comprehended human path killer moves from the legends of Rinzhu, but these methods are too high level, they are not suitable for the lower levels. Thus, the Celestial Court set up Divine Emperor City to develop the foundation of human path. But the truth is, there is a special man among the venerables. He has already developed many basic mortal goo of human path. It is just that he kept them and did not spread them widely. Human path's development prospects are quite good. Fang Yuan sighed. High-level human path killer moves could easily overturn the situation of the Fate War, but low-level killer moves could also be put to good use. Fang Yuan was certain human path was not inferior to heaven path. Most importantly, human path had not been developed yet. Human path should be suppressed by heaven path. Just by using these human path mortal goo created by Giant Sun Immortal, I have already achieved such terrifying results. The heavenly Tao that cares about balance cannot tolerate such a qualitative and quantitative growth of human path at the same time. Fang Yuan was starting to understand why the Celestial Court was developing human path. The Celestial Court had been messing with Providence, using Fate Goo as the pillar. After Fate Goo was destroyed, the first thing Providence disliked was the number one superforce, Celestial Court. Without using Providence, the Celestial Court decided to develop human path. But how could star constellation Immortal Venerable not know about the current flaws of the immortal formation derivation? Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. The immortal formation derivation was located in Celestial Court. All the results of its derivation would be known by Providence. This meant that the goo cultivators who entered and exited the derivation formation would be advancing the heavenly Tao at the same time. But even if it was known by the heavenly Tao, star constellation Immortal Venerable's use of the derivation immortal formation could still benefit from it. She could develop it and surpass the other venerables. Maybe in her scheme, she would first eliminate the other venerables and let the Celestial Court gain dominance again before dealing with Providence. Thus, star constellation Immortal Venerable has never entered the derivation immortal formation. Maybe she is waiting for a good opportunity. Fang Yuan guessed. At least, Fang Yuan knew that Crazed Demon Cave was suitable for the derivation immortal formation. The first 7 layers of Crazed Demon Cave might not be able to isolate Providence, but the 8th and 9th layers definitely could. Other than that, Fang Yuan did not see any other examples. It was even more impossible to put the derivation immortal formation in a venerable's immortal aperture. Because derivation immortal goo was rank 9, there was too much Providence contained in it. If it was left in a venerable's immortal aperture, the Providence inside derivation immortal goo would be connected to the 5 regions Providence, thus allowing the venerable to be sensed by Providence. Fang Yuan had once suffered from such a disadvantage. Limitless Demon Venerable must have participated in the Crazed Demon formation. After all, this formation required Wisdom Path. Thus, star constellation Immortal Venerable had the initiative in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. After returning to the Celestial Court, she easily constructed the derivation formation. But Crazed Demon Cave was probably created by Limitless Demon Venerable alone. Star constellation Immortal Venerable does not know the profundity of it. Otherwise, she would have constructed such a super resource point first. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to search. Many families in Inkman City were giving birth. The overall situation was very smooth. Every newborn had bone flesh unity goo as their vital goo. Speaking of which, the goo recipe of bone flesh unity goo was also modified by Fang Yuan. Rank 8 wisdom goo gave Fang Yuan a certain amount of help. During this period of time, Fang Yuan easily raised wisdom goo to rank 8. Other than that, refinement C and human C were also constructed. But human C lacked human mountain. It was not a complete secluded domain of heaven and earth, thus it would still expend energy. The cost of reviving mortals was much lower than reviving goo immortals. Human C could last for a long time. Other than human C and refinement C, Fang Yuan had also collected a lot of Qiankuan crystal wall. The scattered Qiankuan crystal wall in Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert had probably all been collected by Fang Yuan. As for the other two regions, because of Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's protection, Fang Yuan did not ask about it when he stole Heavenly Secret. The complete Qiankuan crystal wall was stronger than thieving Heavenly Secret. It recorded everything that happened in the world. If thieving Heavenly Secret was said to be a ladle used to scoop water out of a water vat, then Qiankuan crystal wall was that water vat. And according to Fang Yuan's understanding of thieving Heavenly Secret, the complete Qiankuan crystal wall could nurture primordial domain. With a thought, Fang Yuan's divine sense left Inkman City and went to Mini Eastern Sea to inspect the floating refinement nests. These floating refinement nests were arranged properly. There were no problems. Their source was Fang Yuan's stone nests. Back then, Fang Yuan used the concept of assembly line production to create these stone nests to accommodate hairy man goo masters to refine goo. Right now, each of the floating refinement nests could be considered an incomplete, secluded domain of heaven and earth. They were of a much higher grade than Fang Yuan's stone nests. Some of the floating refinement nests had already accommodated many hairy man refinement path goo masters. The first batch of goo worms to be refined were relic goo and connecting heaven goo. Fang Yuan's divine sense lingered for a while before moving again. A moment later, under the control of his divine sense, many goo worms expended a large amount of rank 9 immortal essence to activate an immortal killer move, Endless Trouble. The core immortal goo of this move was rank 8. It could teleport calamities and tribulations to the next time and erupt together with the next calamity or tribulation. Fang Yuan had already modified this killer move and used it many times. He adjusted the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to be very fast. The calamities and tribulations were already going to descend, but Fang Yuan used endless trouble time and time again to delay them until the next time. This had the disadvantage of angering Providence. When the calamities and tribulations truly erupted, they would be even more powerful. But for the current Fang Yuan, this disadvantage was exactly what he wanted. Even if the calamities and tribulations erupted and angered Providence, causing their power to rise sharply, Fang Yuan would still be able to survive and obtain a huge amount of Dao marks. Chapter 23:34. Actually, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use the killer move Endless Trouble. Wild Sand Literature Network. Net if he wanted to undergo tribulation, he would need to place the sovereign immortal aperture in the 5 regions and absorb heaven and earth chi. At that time, the will of the heavens would be manipulated and a calamity would be formed. Calamities and tribulations were not scary in the first place. Fang Yuan had complete confidence in dealing with them. But because of the tribulation, he would definitely be suppressed and probed by the other venerables. By then, because Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture could not be moved and was deeply connected to Providence, if the venerables attacked too fiercely, obscured Heavenly Secret might not be able to conceal Fang Yuan. That would expose Feng Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal should have used their methods to delay the calamities and tribulations. Feng Yuan was almost certain. The three venerables confronted each other. No one wanted to undergo tribulation first. Once they underwent tribulation first, they would expose their weakness and be suppressed first. If they were suppressed badly, it would be hard for them to catch up to the other venerables. They might even die because of it. Grand tribulations and myriad tribulations were like this. The chaos great disaster was a venerable's greatest weakness. After using endless trouble this time, I am not far from the chaos great disaster. Feng Yuan thought. Venerables still faced calamities and tribulations. A grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaos great disaster every 100 years. That was to say, after 8 grand tribulations and 1 myriad tribulation, it would be the chaos great disaster. Feng Yuan's endless trouble killer move had already been used many times. After 2 more grand tribulations, it would be the chaos great disaster. In this aspect, Feng Yuan was the weakest among the 3 venerables. When the killer move Endless Trouble stopped, Feng Yuan showed a strange expression. Even though Endless Trouble succeeded like before, there was a difference this time. Feng Yuan felt a faint sense of hunger. After transforming into the sovereign immortal body, he naturally needed to eat, otherwise he would be hungry. But this hunger was clearly different from ordinary hunger. It came from the essence. Feng Yuan's expression turned solemn. He understood the reason. The sovereign immortal aperture wanted to devour the venerable immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal body originally had this flaw, or rather, it was a drawback. However, Feng Yuan originally estimated that after he became a venerable, the time limit would be even longer. But what he didn't expect was that at this moment, he already felt a faint sense of hunger that couldn't be eliminated. This was much earlier than what he had expected. Is it because the sovereign immortal aperture has grown too much? It annexed too many grotto heavens previously, so it is constantly buying resource points. Feng Yuan vaguely felt that he had guessed the truth. He had developed the sovereign immortal aperture too well. The greatest disadvantage of the sovereign immortal aperture was also its greatest advantage. It was the non-conflicting Tao marks. But Feng Yuan developed the sovereign immortal aperture too well. The sovereign immortal aperture's Tao marks did not conflict with each other, causing the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation to be unstable. But previously, even with rank 8 cultivation level, I had never felt hungry. After reaching the venerable realm, I've developed a sense of hunger. What is the reason for this? No matter what refinement path, food path, heaven path, and human path, these 4 paths all have the possibility of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem of eating. Feng Yuan continued to think. Refinement path was his most proficient path. There was no need to say more. Raising the sovereign immortal body to rank 10 would solve the problem. Food path replenished consumption and promoted growth. Children needed to eat constantly to replenish their nutrients and grow. The sovereign immortal body had the same logic. As for heaven path and human path, sovereign immortal fetus Gu's body used the 10 extreme physiques as its Gu materials. It was a pure human path Gu worm. But even though it turned into the sovereign immortal body, it had the sovereign immortal aperture. In this aspect, it also had the profundity of heaven path. And from the point of non-conflicting Tao marks, it clearly belonged to the heavenly Tao. The problem now was that these 4 paths all had the possibility of completely solving the sovereign immortal body's problem of consuming food. It was like there were 4 paths, but Feng Yuan did not know if these 4 paths could be taken at the moment. Refinement path Feng Yuan was the clearest about it. He had to modify and innovate to have a chance of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem. Food path and human path had not been developed yet. Heaven path was also uncertain. They might not exist. Feng Yuan might need to innovate further. After all, the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu had already broken the balance of the heavenly path. It was spectral, soul, demon, venerable's creation. The difficulty of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem of eating from the root was high even for Feng Yuan. Even though he was a venerable now, he did not have much confidence. He needed to invest resources and effort to deduce. After all, rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu was already an unprecedented existence in the world. Other than a permanent solution, there was also a temporary solution. That was to satisfy the need to eat and annex the venerable's immortal aperture. This was very difficult. It meant that Feng Yuan had to defeat the venerables. If it was just one venerable, Feng Yuan would have an easier time. The difficulty was with many venerables. If one was too strong, it would cause a chain reaction. Feng Yuan currently did not have the terrifying strength to suppress all the venerables. Once he was exposed, it would be disadvantageous to him. But if I can really annex a venerable's immortal aperture, there is another benefit. I can avoid the calamity. That means as long as I do it properly, I do not need to take the risk of passing the chaotic calamity. I can directly jump over this huge flaw. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's heart involuntarily moved. He thought of Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth was assassinated by him in Crazed Demon Cave. His soul dissipated, but his immortal body and immortal aperture were left behind. Because he cultivated Heaven Tao, his immortal aperture was very stable. He was different from other paths. Because of this, Feng Yuan was able to preserve it until now. Even though Paradise Earth's immortal aperture was only rank 8, it was only a step away from venerable level. Paradise Earth's immortal body had enough Heaven Path Tao marks. He only lacked Heaven Path attainment level to almost become a Heaven Path venerable. That was to say, Feng Yuan only needed to split a soul and use Paradise Earth's immortal body's immortal aperture to form a Heaven Path clone. A Heaven Path clone with rank 8 cultivation level, but in fact, it is only a step away from venerable. Feng Yuan was moved. If his heavenly Tao realm could reach the supreme level, he would be able to create an avatar of the heavenly Tao. At that time, be it for a fight between venerables, or if he had no other choice, annexing this venerable's immortal aperture would be very helpful to Feng Yuan. It is a pity that there is only a bit of truthful floating ice left. Most of it has been used up. The remaining is definitely not enough for me to become a Heaven Path Supreme Grandmaster. Feng Yuan sighed. Yu Tian. Ziwei, you can't escape. Duke Tong rapidly closed the distance between him and Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's face was deathly pale. Ing Wuxia, who was being carried, said, "Let me block them, quickly escape." The Celestial Court had many methods. Duke Tong and the rest were revived Gu Immortal Seniors. Fairy Myrtle was a Wisdom Path grade expert, but she could not deceive them for long. Most importantly, the environment of Yu Tian had changed greatly. The original black and white reversal clouds had almost all disappeared. Fairy Myrtle could not make use of them. Thus, even though Fairy Myrtle had temporarily escaped from the pursuers' line of sight, not long after, the pursuers of the Celestial Court found her again and chased after her. Seeing that Duke Tong was attacking again, Fairy Myrtle also felt despair. It was not easy to persist until now. She was already at the end of her rope. "Feng Joga, if you don't attack now, when will you?" Fairy Myrtle shouted. Duke Tong sneered in disdain. "Ziwei, how many more times do you want to play this trick?" Feng Joga did not appear. He was not the savior of the Shadow Sect immortals. However, another change occurred. A pink beast roared. Its whole body flickered with dreamy radiance as it pounced over. "What is this?" Duke Tong stared with wide eyes. "A dream realm?" Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth and flew towards the pink beast with Ing Wuxia without dodging. Soon, they were swallowed by the beast. After swallowing Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia, the beast did not seem to be satisfied. It did not stop and pounced towards Duke Tong again. The dense dream path, aura, forced Duke Tong to retreat. This is a dream realm? Why is it in beast form? Duke Tong was helpless. He did not have the confidence to enter and exit dream realms freely. What's more, this dream was completely different from the previous love reports. It was a dream where one could move and hunt. Compared to the previous dream realms, this dream realm is more in line with the description in The Legends of Renzu. What is going on? Duke Tong was bewildered. He reported to the Celestial Court while tracking the dream realms. When the dream realms pounced at him, he retreated. When the dream realms left, he followed from afar. Next, he discovered even more dream realms. These dream realms had different appearances, but they were all in beast form. Groups of dream realms. This is a new change in spectral heaven. Duke Tong was even more bewildered. He could only watch as that dream realm that had swallowed Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia mixed into the beast group. Mr. Tong's investigative methods weren't effective against dreams. In addition, the appearance of the dream was constantly flowing and changing, so he quickly lost track of the key dream beast. He didn't know which one of the dream beasts was it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable Soon received Duke Tong's report. She sighed. Starry light flickered in her eyes. Heaven Path Dream Realm has indeed appeared. It even swallowed Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia. This is all Providence's scheme. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan, Ing Wuxia was extremely crucial. If she could capture him, he would be the best pawn to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, when Duke Tong chased after him, at the crucial moment, a Heaven Path Dream realm appeared and disrupted Star Constellation's plan. In that case, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a backup plan. She immediately sent an order to Fairy Beautiful Soul. After this Soul Path Great Expert received the order, she first showed a surprised expression. Next, she returned to the Celestial Court and opened the secret warehouse, taking out a soul. Finally, she placed this soul into her immortal aperture and used her own methods to nurture it, modifying the soul's memories. Her immortal apertures in light flowed even faster. Inside the immortal aperture, a few days later, Fairy Beautiful Soul finished modifying this soul. She immediately reported to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Bo Qing's soul is ready. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded after receiving this report. Right now, he still lacked the body of a Sword Path Gu Immortal. P.S. Happy May Day, everyone! Last night, I received a notification from Venerable Gu's management team. Only then did I know that Qijian had tacitly agreed to all authors' Scream and Explode chapters activity. I originally had no intention of participating, but in the next few days, I will add 2 chapters to last month's monthly votes. Other than that, it seems that a Gu Immortal Team activity has started. This is a chance to obtain a Gu Immortal title. Those who are interested can participate. Fupin Chinese. Chapter 2335. Where am I? Who am I? Fairy Myrtle had woken up from her dream, but she had forgotten about herself. She had a blank expression on her face as she looked at her surroundings. She realized that she was standing on a piece of yellow earth. It was desolate and lifeless. She looked down at herself. Her body was made of mud. Her hands and feet were small, and her entire body was dry. I seem to have forgotten something important. Fairy Myrtle frowned. No matter how hard she tried, she could not remember what it was. She had even forgotten whether the important thing was a thing or a person. She could not remember it no matter how hard she tried. However, this vast and desolate yellow earth gave her a sense of familiarity. Home. The word popped up in Fairy Myrtle's mind. However, the desolate homeland made her feel a sense of sadness. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, causing sand to fly everywhere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were no clouds in the sky, but it was raining cats and dogs. Millions of raindrops the size of beans fell on the yellow earth. Soon, it turned into a huge piece of mud. Fairy Myrtle was standing in the middle of the mud. Her entire body was soaked, and she was in a sorry state. However, no matter how strong the wind and rain became, she kept her head up. Her vision was miraculously not obstructed at all. She realized that she knew this piece of yellow earth like the back of her hand. She also realized that she could control the wind and rain as if she was moving her fingers. She thought to herself, "This wind and rain is too strong. Let's just make it smaller." The next moment, the wind and rain really did become smaller. Wisps of green appeared from the swamp and spread everywhere. They were the sprouts of wild grass. Looking at the wild grass, Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with endless joy. This was life. She finally felt that she was not so lonely anymore. It's a pity that they grow too slowly. It would be great if they could grow faster. And so, time began to speed up. The greenery grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the grass grew taller than her feet. More and more greenery spread out, turning the barren yellow earth into a grassland. Some of the depressions in the terrain were filled with rainwater, turning them into clear ponds. Fairy Myrtle walked through the lush bushes and stood by the pond. With the reflection of the water, she could finally see her face clearly. She was a clay doll made of purple clay. There were golden patterns on it to depict eyes, nose, and mouth. Fairy Myrtle suddenly realized who she was. That's right. So I'm this blessed land's land spirit. Zhongzhou State, under the starry sky calculation array, outside the embroidery building, Bai Qing Feng Kim Hong pays respects to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The mother and daughter pair greeted respectfully. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body was inside Embroidered Tower. She did not open Embroidered Tower and let the mother and daughter in. Instead, she used an information path mortal goo to draw an image in the air outside Embroidered Tower. The image was of those heaven path dream realms. After a while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. Feng Kim Hong, have you seen such a dream realm before? Feng Kim Hong was watching with rapt attention. He answered, reporting to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I have never seen such a dream realm before, but I have already expected it. According to the current dream realms, they can be divided into human path, beast plant path, and heaven path. The so-called human path dream realms originate from humans or variant humans. They are their dream realms. The beast plant dream realms originate from the fierce beasts and plants that existed in the past, and even now. As for heaven path dream realms, they originate from heaven and earth itself. Inside Embroidered Tower, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded, saying, very well, prepare yourself. One day, you might need to go to two heavens and explore these heaven path dream realms. But Feng Kim Hong shook his head, rejecting her. Please forgive me for not being able to do that. I am only a mortal. I do not have any confidence in exploring such a dream realm. I cannot ensure my own safety either. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable raised her eyebrows. She did not expect Feng Kim Hong to reject her so directly. At once, the scene fell into silence. Fairy Bai Qing, who was at the side, felt the pressure. She wanted to speak, but did not say anything in the end. The atmosphere made her feel like she was suffocating. As for Feng Kim Hong, he still had an indifferent expression, as if he did not sense anything. "All right, you can all leave." After a long while, star constellation Immortal Venerable spoke. "I will take my leave." Feng Kim Hong stood up and bowed towards Embroidered Tower before turning around and leaving, looking at the departing figures of the mother and daughter. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Her gaze was complex. Ing Wuxia was devoured by the Heaven Path Dream Realm. It was truly a pity. He was a good pawn to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but Providence got rid of him. Dream realms could not be explored. That meant Ing Wuxia was doomed. Feng Kim Huang's theory of Heaven Path and Human Path Dream realms proved star constellation Immortal Venerable's thoughts. But Feng Kim Hong was only a mortal Gu master. He was not a Gu immortal yet. It was understandable that he could not do anything about these dream realms. "But I cannot conceal these Heaven Path dream realms. It is only a matter of time before the two venerables find out. The battle of three venerables is about to start again." Star constellation Immortal Venerable was worried, because this time it was much more complicated than before. Black and white heavens had passed. Only spectral heaven was left. Spectral heaven was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory. If a venerable barged in, how would Spectral Soul Demon Venerable react? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind was not clear. He was filled with providence. Heaven Path Dream realms were the same. What was the relationship between the two? Would they help each other? Previously, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was weak. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was not worried. But it was different now. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had reached an agreement with rank 9 Fire Gu. He slaughtered countless life forms in the two heavens. His soul foundation had risen to a terrifying level. If this time, because of the Heaven Path Dream realms, a fight between venerables would occur, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would likely join in. He would be a formidable existence. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought about it. She decided to stop refining Central Continent's Wisdom Path Tao marks. She started to accumulate immortal essence to deal with the battle. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's determination to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became firmer as time passed. Since Ing Wuxia is gone, I need to make good use of Bo Qing. Star constellation Immortal Venerable decided to create a powerful spectral soul clone. Even though there was a huge risk, modifying the soul was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's specialty. Fairy Maiden Soul's action was no different from showing off in front of an expert, but the situation forced her to do so. Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not care less. Bo Qing's soul was filled with Sword Path Tao marks. He needed a Sword Path Gu immortal body. This body should contain an immortal aperture. The higher the cultivation level, the better. However, in the entire world, there were not many Gu immortals who cultivated Sword Path. There were a few in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but they only had rank 7 cultivation level. Looking at the 5 regions, there was not a single rank 8 Sword Path Gu immortal, lone cultivator, or demonic cultivator. In fact, after Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable made some deductions. She found that there was only one rank 8 Sword Path Gu immortal in the current world. Western Deserts, she clan's first Supreme Elder, Prince's Impatience, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 spiritual fairies showed strange expressions. The Celestial Court needs his immortal aperture and body. This is crucial to the fight between venerables and the safety of the world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice was still as cold as the moon. The 3 immortals looked at each other and said resolutely, "Lord Immortal Venerable, please give us your orders." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted to the 3 immortals. How could she cooperate with one Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xian? The 3 immortals heard this plan, and their eyes shined with bright light. They left with great confidence. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was silent for a moment before contacting Genesis Lotus while in the celestial court. Genesis Lotus was originally stationed in Divine Emperor City, but through star constellation Immortal Venerable's methods, it grew stronger and split off a portion to guard the celestial court. The main task of this Genesis Lotus while in the celestial court was to nurture Tsang Xianzi. Tsang Xianzi was a legendary immemorial beast. Her main body was a huge green vine that connected heaven and earth. She took 300 years to sprout, 300 years to flower, and 300 years to bear fruit. The fruit she bore was called the firmament fruit. When melted in a grotto heaven, it could enlarge the immortal aperture's sky. Thus, the firmament vine was called the 10th heaven of the world. She had made an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She agreed to move into the celestial court. She was very special in the celestial court. She did not need to listen to orders. She only needed to offer a batch of firmament fruits every 1,000 years. But in the Fate War, she was killed by Fang Yuan's time-cutting edge. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not have any methods, but Genesis Lotus originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She had a method to revive Tsang Xianzi. Tsang Xianzi's death is actually very beneficial to the celestial court. Genesis Lotus communicated with star constellation Immortal Venerable. In 100 or so days, Tsang Xianzi's body will return to its original state. By then, I will take over this body and add another legendary immemorial battle strength to the celestial court. Even better, the fruits that Tsang Xianzi bears in the future will contain my own will. By using this fruit to reconstruct the celestial court, we will be able to isolate providence. In the future, when we have a new celestial court, the results of our derivation formation will all be used by us. Providence will no longer know about it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable nodded. This plan will take a long time. It is not urgent. Regarding the revival of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, what else do you remember? Genesis Lotus shook his head. Back then, when my main body set up the revival plan, my knowledge was limited. I only knew that he left behind a self-portrait that could be used to revive. But I don't know where the self-portrait was hidden. I can't recall it either. But you, star constellation Immortal Venerable, you are senior primordial origin Immortal Venerable's disciple. Don't you know about his revival method? Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. To speak the truth, Master did tell me to leave behind 2 revival methods in case of emergencies in the future. The first revival method is the celestial court chi harvest fruit. But before this fruit matured, it was plucked by that scoundrel Fang Yuan. The second revival method is related to Primordial Origin's secret treasury. Primordial Origin's secret treasury? Primordial Origin's secret treasury was created by Master in secret. It stored a large number of rank 8 immortal Yuan stones that Yi Chizi produced back then. Master also made arrangements in the treasury for rebirth, but I can't find them. Star constellation Immortal Venerable said that she could not find them. It was not that she had no clues. In fact, be it Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable or Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's revival, she had relevant clues. She even knew that they were both in Central Continent, but she could not begin to examine and explore, because she would be discovered by the other Venerables. Star constellation Immortal Venerable revived. The other Venerables would definitely be on guard against the other Venerables of Celestial Court reviving. Star constellation Immortal Venerable needed to refine all of Central Continent's wisdom path Tao marks to conceal these revival plans. She would not be discovered by the other Venerables. Even if the other Venerables found out, she could use Central Continent's geographical advantage to resist the Venerables' attacks and protect the revival plans of the other Venerables of Celestial Court. Only after Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable refined all of Central Continent's wisdom path Tao marks would she start reviving the other venerables of Celestial Court. Celestial Court's foundation was extremely deep. Once the two venerables revived, they would dominate the world once again. After all, the three venerables were united, their combined strength was terrifying. It was far superior to Giant Sun, Immortal, and Feng Yuan fighting alone. Even if Giant Sun, Feng Yuan, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable worked together, they could not match the unity of the three venerables of Celestial Court. This was the same concept, but the appearance of the Heaven Path Dream realm delayed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to stop refining Tao marks and accumulate immortal essence to defend against the upcoming venerable confrontation. Northern Plains. Giant Sun, Immortal Side. He tried his best, but after absorbing the rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone, the immortal essence he obtained was only 70% of the Immortal Yuan Stones. This 70% was only rank 8 Immortal Essence. Against this providence, I am not a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo after all. I lack the crucial luck path, Immortal Goo. Maybe I can transact with Feng Yuan. No, I cannot expose myself. Eastern Sea. Heaven Path Dream Realm? Good. Very good. Feng Yuan had been planning to create a Heaven Path Venerable clone not long ago. He was worried that his Heaven Path attainment level was not high enough, but the Heaven Path Dream Realm appeared. But the contest for the Heaven Path Dream Realm might cause the Venerables to fight again. I should refine another rank 9 Immortal Goo to help me attack and defend. Feng Yuan secretly started to refine rank 9 Immortal Goo again. He had a lot of immortal essence. Even if he refined this rank 9 Immortal Goo, he would have a lot to deal with the future venerable competition. Chapter 2336. Western Desert. Shi Luanzhou suddenly opened his eyes. The immortal formation was warning someone was invading. Such guts, they actually dared to invade my Shi clan's skeleton mountain. Shi Luanzhou was shocked and furious. He quickly checked. He saw an immortal goo house crashing into the defensive immortal formation. Inquiry Doc. Feng Clan. Shi Luanzhou had a solemn expression. He asked for help from Shi Clan while activating the defensive formation. Ever since Feng Clan's chaos, Shi Clan had strengthened many immortal formations around their resource points. Almost all of them had teleportation abilities. Thus, Shi Luanzhou was not flustered. He frowned as his battle intent soared. Since Feng Clan has been hiding for so long and suddenly attacked me, they must have made ample preparations. I alone am not Feng Clan's match, but I can use the immortal formation to stall for time once the anti-Feng Alliance army arrives. Feng Clan will suffer. Of course, if the situation worsens, I will immediately use the immortal formation to teleport myself out. Shi Luanzhou was controlling the formation when his eyes suddenly opened wide. He could not help but feel flustered. He was shocked to find that the formation was actually restricted. Even though the formation could still operate, the teleportation ability could not be used. They were targeted, after all. Shi Luanzhou gritted his teeth. He forced himself to calm down as he thought about how to escape this dangerous situation. He felt that he had a chance to escape. He was a rank 7 Bone Path Goo Immortal. He was guarding Shi Clan's resource point, Skeleton Mountain. This resource point was Bone Path. He had the geographical advantage. Moreover, Shi Luanzhou had been guarding here for a long time. He knew the terrain like the back of his hand. After thinking for a while, Shi Luanzhou arranged a portion of his will and some immortal essence before leaving quietly. The defensive immortal formation was still defending under his will. Feng Clan's immortal goo house's attacks were rumbling like thunder. It was getting stronger and stronger. Shi Luanzhou's will shrunk rapidly, but he could hold on for some time. Shi Luanzhou went deep into Skeleton Mountain. This skeleton mountain was dark. Soul smoke was rising from it at all times. Every once in a while, bone armors would grow out of the mountain rocks. Some looked like humans, some were animals. There were all kinds of strange things. Other than these bone armors, there were also black fog crows that flew above Skeleton Mountain, feeding on the soul smoke. Fong Clan's immortal goo house's attacks caused the entire Skeleton Mountain to shake. The countless skeletons that were originally stuck in the mountain rocks were motionless. However, the mountain was shaking uncontrollably. These skeletons pulled their legs out and ran wildly in the mountain. The skeletons collided with each other, killing each other. It was extremely chaotic. Shi Luanjie had already activated his killer move. His appearance changed as he turned into a mammoth skeleton running in the mountains. He blended in among the countless skeletons, completely inconspicuous. But good things didn't last long. Wisps of water vapor wrapped around his body like ropes. "Celestial friend," Shi Clan, "why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Soon after, a voice entered Shi Luanzhou's ears. Shi Luanjie fell into despair. "Rank 8 Gu Immortal? You are not a member of the Fong family." In the next moment, the water vapor rope exploded and tied Shi Luanjie up. Shi Luanjie frantically struggled, but his eyes darkened and he fainted. News of the Fong family's attack on Skeleton Mountain, a resource point in the Shi family's territory, was quickly transmitted to the Shi family's headquarters. Soon after, the Shi family notified the Anti-Fong Alliance. When the Anti-Fong Alliance arrived at Skeleton Mountain, there was only a piece of barren land left. The entire Skeleton Mountain was gone. This is indeed Fong Clan style. Shi Luanjie is the Gu Immortal guarding this place. He cultivates Bone Path and is quite strong. To think that he went missing. Sai, I'm afraid he is in trouble. Fong Clan is causing trouble again. This is unforgivable. If we capture them in the future, we will tear their tendons and skin them alive to vent our hatred. Just as the Anti-Fong Alliance was cursing and gritting their teeth, another shocking news arrived. Dong Clan's Dragon Roar volcano was also taken over by Fong Clan. Dragon Roar volcano was a fire path resource point, but every time the volcano erupted, it would emit a dragon roar. At this time, they could plunder a large amount of sound path cultivation resources. When the Anti-Fong Alliance arrived at the original location of Dragon Roar volcano, they could not see any volcano. Good heavens, even the magma underground has been extracted. It seems that Fong Clan is going to cause a huge commotion again. They have been hiding for some time. They must have exchanged for immortal goo or killer moves from Heaven, Refining Demon, Venerable. Their strength has risen greatly. Otherwise, why would they dare to come out? That's right. Be it Dragon Roar Volcano or Skeleton Mountain, they are important places that Fong Clan would not easily invade before. But now that both of them have been taken over, Fong Clan's strength must have risen greatly. More importantly, will Fong Clan continue to commit crimes? Where will their next target be? Where is the nearest resource point to Dragon Roar Volcano? Shangqing Grassland. Shangqing Grassland was a rare grassland in Western Desert. It was rich in water and grass. It produced water path and wood path cultivation resources. But just as the Anti-Fong Alliance was discussing this, news of Shangqing Grassland being taken over by Fong Clan spread again. The Anti-Fong Alliance was in an uproar. Fong Clan's attack this time displayed extremely sharp offensive power. It was several times stronger than before. Skeleton Mountain, Dragon Roar Volcano, Shangqing Grassland. Everyone, look! Fong Clan's route has been marked. Their next target is Dong Clan's Ascension Pit. Then what are we waiting for? Go and reinforce them. Dong Clan sent news. Because Ascension Pit is in Dong Clan's blessed land, it is not heavily guarded. Most importantly, Dong Clan did not send any Gu Immortals to guard Ascension Pit. Gu immortals were far fewer than resource points. Normally speaking, resource points at the border of a territory would be guarded by Gu immortals. And such Blessed Lands resource points would reduce manpower as much as possible. The Anti-Fong Alliance rushed to Ascension Pit without stopping. They found that the immortal formation was broken. There was commotion deep in the pit. It seemed that Fong Clan's immortals were still plundering resources inside. We finally caught them. Kill them. We need to get rid of Fong Clan. Otherwise, our western desert will be in chaos because of them. The Anti-Fong Alliance was filled with anger as they charged down. But not long after, an immortal formation rose from the heavenly pit, trapping the entire Anti-Fong Alliance in it. We fell for a trap. Such a powerful immortal formation, I cannot even communicate with jewel yellow skies, let alone send a message. This immortal formation is mainly used to trap. It does not have much killing power. Oh no! Fong Clan purposely set this up. They do not want to fight with us. They want to plunder resource points. Sai, what do we do? I wonder if Dong Clan's resource points will be destroyed next. The Anti-Fong Alliance was trapped by the immortal formation. They lost all contact. At the same time, Shi Clan's headquarters received an urgent report. Fong Clan's main force suddenly appeared in Evil Spirit Desert. They were attacking the Giant Spirit Oasis at the center of the desert. Giant Spirit Oasis was Shi Clan's super resource point. It was heavily guarded by Shi Clan. They could not afford to lose it. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder was still in closed cultivation. The second Supreme Elder thought about it and decided to take action personally. They controlled Shi Clan's 2 immortal Gu houses and mobilized as many Gu immortals as possible to reinforce Giant Spirit Oasis. At the same time, they asked for reinforcements from the Anti-Fong Alliance. Shi Clan's second Supreme Elder had no choice but to mobilize almost all of their forces. Ever since Fong Clan lost all of their territories, they could easily mobilize all of their forces. This made it very difficult for the other super forces to resist them. Shi Clan's second Supreme Elder would have to deploy enough troops to have any hope of resisting the entire Fong Clan's attack. If they sent too few people, they would be sacrificing their lives for Fong Clan. But this way, Shi Clan's headquarters would naturally be empty. There was a deafening rumble. Several figures suddenly descended and violently charged into the Shi family's base camp. They were Princes Impatience, Red Heart Traveler, 9 Spiritual Fairy, as well as 1 Zihong and Zhou Xiong Xian, who had just arrived from Feather Heavenly Pit. 5 rank 8 experts attacked Shi Clan's headquarters together. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder, we came for you. Red Heart Traveler said loudly, if you surrender now, you will be able to preserve your life. 9 Spiritual Fairy added. In the secret room, Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder slowly opened his eyes, sighing faintly. What ability does my Shi Clan have to make the Celestial Court make such a huge move? Celestial Court is the leader of the righteous path. Why would they launch a sneak attack on a Fangzheng Path superforce? My Shi Clan has never colluded with the demonic path. Wan Zihong sneered. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder, don't try to argue. You act one way on the surface and another way behind the scenes, secretly protecting Fong Clan and colluding with Fong Yuan. Otherwise, how could Fong Clan exist so freely until now? Zhou Xiong Xian nodded. I have already gathered sufficient evidence. Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder was silent for a while before smiling. Celestial Court? Hee, as expected of the Celestial Court. Chapter 2337. Immortal Killer Move. Rumor Cage. Zhou Xiong Xian clapped his hands. In an instant, countless silver words flew out, flying around Lin Clan's public blessed land. These words were as large as carriages, some were as small as ants. They weaved together to form a huge sphere that enveloped the 5 Gu immortals of Celestial Court and Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. Success. Zhou Xiong Xian let out a breath of air, showing an excited expression. A good start was already half the battle. The other 4 immortals of Celestial Court also relaxed a little. What they were most afraid of was Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder leaving. Everyone was rank 8 Gu immortals, 5 against 1. Celestial Court had the advantage, but if the rank 8 Gu immortals wanted to escape, they could not capture them with numbers. Conflicting Dao marks made it hard for Gu immortals to display their advantage in numbers, especially when Celestial Court's 5 immortals cultivated Wood Path, Information Path, Fire Path, Blood Path, and Transformation Path. They all repelled each other. The speed at which Rumor Cage Battlefield was created is truly the fastest in the world. But to think that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder did not run away. Did he see through it? The 5 immortals of Celestial Court transmitted to each other, conversing rapidly. They had already set up a temporary immortal formation outside the Lin family's public Blessed Land base camp when they appeared in such a dignified manner. Once Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder escaped and flew out of the Blessed Land, the immortal formation would activate and he would be attacked. His speed would be affected. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had personally ordered for the immortal apertures and bodies of sword immortals. Celestial Court's group naturally made ample preparations. Even though this formation did not have much offensive power, it was personally modified by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to counter Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's escape. And public Blessed Lands had always had weaker defenses than individual Blessed Lands. As an Information Path great expert, Zhou Xiong Xian had traveled in Western Desert for a long time. He had already gathered the relevant information. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had already fallen into Rumor Cage Battlefield. Prince's Impatience shouted as he flew in. He moved his body and flew in the air, opening his mouth towards the hall below. Whoosh! Flames shot out of his mouth, landing on the ground and spreading rapidly, turning into an intense sea of fire. The palace was only a mortal Gu house. It burned in the sea of fire and quickly collapsed. The first Supreme Elder of the Lin family was forced to come out of seclusion and fight the enemy in the sky. The prince's impatience retreated slowly. Lin family's first Supreme Elder, Lin Jianxing, have a taste of my power. Wan Zihong giggled and stepped forward. She activated a Wood Path killer move. Flower petals flew and enveloped the battlefield. A sweet fragrance spread rapidly. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court held their breaths. Lin Jianxing had a solemn expression on his face as he pushed with both hands. For a time, sword chi swept out and transformed into a huge wave. The wave surged, washing away all the poisonous fragrance petals in the air. Wan Zihong's figure suddenly disappeared among the petals and appeared behind Lin Jianxing in the next moment. Wan Zihong stretched out her left pinky, her fingernail glowing purple, and poked Lin Jianxing. Immortal killer move, flower-piercing finger. Lin Jianxing was hit, and his figure paused. Sword chi suddenly rose and locked Wan Zihong in place. In the next moment, the huge wave of sword chi that he had summoned earlier rolled back. The huge wave of sword chi surged and engulfed Lin Jianxing and Wan Zihong. The 4 immortals of the Celestial Court did not make a move. They watched from the sidelines to prevent Wan Zihong from being injured. The huge wave of sword chi dissipated. Only Lin Jianxing was left, while Wan Zihong vanished again. At the next moment, flower petals flew around Prince's Impatience, condensing into Wan Zihong. Wan Zihong's body was already covered in wounds, but at this moment she smiled proudly and said, "Delay him. He's been hit by my technique, and the longer he stays here, the more thorns will grow on his body, hindering his movements until he's killed." Wan Zihong had already succeeded. She retreated and started to heal her injuries. The other Celestial Court Gu immortals continued to surround Lin Jianxing, not giving him any time to rest. The Celestial Court made full use of their advantage in numbers. Every silver character that formed the rumor cage suddenly started to shine with a bright light. The dense light seemed to turn into flowing water, drifting in the air as it flowed and gathered. Then, ferocious silver-white tigers jumped out of the silver light. The tiger group howled and pounced towards Lin Jianxing. It was Zhou Xiong Xian's killer move. 3 men become tigers. Prince's impatience attacked again. Countless beautiful firebirds formed in the air. The firebirds were burning with extraordinary agility. They formed groups and followed the tiger group. Red Heart Traveler also attacked. Giant pillars of blood-colored light rolled down one after another. The tiger group, firebirds, and blood pillars formed 3 waves of attacks. Lin Jianxing was surrounded, but he did not dodge. Facing the attacks, he howled. Sword Qi gushed out in all directions and charged into the tiger group. Beside the tiger group, Sword Qi suddenly condensed and turned into vines that tightly coiled around the countless fierce tigers. The vines had countless sword path thorns that pierced deeply into the fierce tigers' bodies. The fierce tigers howled in pain. They were like balloons that were pierced. Most of them collapsed on the spot. At this time, the Firebird group charged into the battlefield with surging flames. Lin Jianxing activated the technique again. The sword qi in the battlefield was replenished and turned into fierce winds. The violent winds whistled, killing the remaining tigers and blowing away countless firebirds. The remaining half were also swaying left and right, unable to form a battle formation. The blood pillars pressed down and suppressed the fierce winds, causing them to weaken rapidly. Lin Jianxing had no choice but to teleport and retreat. After opening up some space, he released a large amount of sword qi. The sword qi turned into an ice wall that quickly condensed and trapped the blood pillars within, continuously wearing them down. 3 waves of attacks were neutralized by Lin Jianxing, showing his incredible sword path attainment. 9 spiritual fairies saw this and praised. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder's method is truly unique. It is truly extraordinary. I can't hold it in anymore. Take this. 9 spiritual fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast. Her roar was like thunder, causing Rumor Cage to shake. 9 spiritual fairy and Lin Jianxing fought. Each of her moves were powerful and heavy. Lin Jianxing was forced to retreat. Lin Jianxing had to continue retreating. He could not block 9 spiritual fairies' attacks. Transformation Path and Strength Path Gu cultivators had a huge advantage when fighting at the front lines. Like this, Celestial Court's 5 immortals continued to attack. From the start of the battle, Lin Jianxing was already at a disadvantage. Even though their Dao marks conflicted, they cooperated with tacit understanding. Celestial Court's attacks were like a tidal wave. They were unending and did not stop. On one hand, they were suppressing Lin Jianxing, not giving him any chance to study Rumor Cage battlefield. On the other hand, they were weakening him and creating a good opportunity for the final captive. Lin Jianxing's sword qi was exquisite and mystical. It turned into all sorts of forms. His sword path attainment was extraordinary. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court praised him inwardly. But he was only one person. He could not fight against so many, while Celestial Court had 5 Gu immortals. As time passed, the situation became more disadvantageous to Lin Jianxing. Strange. What method did he use to suppress my flower thorn finger? Wan Zihong saw that Lin Jianxing could move freely. She was curious. Right at this time, Prince's impatience suddenly used a move. After Lin Jianxing was hit, his whole body started to burn with gray-white flames. Firebirds flew out of the flames. Lin Jianxing's aura fell sharply. His speed also slowed down. Seeing that the time was ripe, Red Heart Traveler decisively used Blood Sun Red Sun Seal. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood had a fragrant smell. It flew into the air and spun around. Like a miniature blood sun, it emitted endless blood light as it pounced towards Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing's body was surrounded by sword qi. He flew out and turned into a giant python, attempting to block the blood sun. But this blood sun seemed to be illusory. It passed through the obstruction and directly landed on Lin Jianxing's head, turning into a red sun seal. Lin Jianxing's expression changed slightly. The red sun seal quickly displayed its might, suppressing fiercely and forming blood-colored threads. The blood-colored threads wrapped around Lin Jianxing, gradually forming a blood cocoon. Just as Lin Jianxing was about to be captured alive, at the next moment, Lin Jianxing's body collapsed, turning into vigorous sword qi that poured out of the blood threads. After flying to one side, these sword qi condensed again, returning to Lin Jianxing. There is such a method. No, something is not right. This is not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court's expressions changed. They saw a flaw in this transformation. They were shocked to find that the Lin Jianxing who was trapped was not a Gu immortal, but only a killer move. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court had been toyed with until now, only realizing it now. He is essentially just a lump of sword qi. No wonder my flower thorn finger did not work. So that's it. This is not Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder. He did not dodge when I used Rumor Cage earlier. Zhou Xiong Xin canceled the battlefield killer move with an unsightly expression. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court appeared in Lin Clan's public blessed land again. The true first Supreme Elder of Lin Clan, Lin Jianxing, stood in the air with his hands behind his back, smiling as he looked at the 5 immortals. You finally came out. Lin Jianxing has a great method. May I know the name of this move? Red Heart Traveler smiled warmly as he humbly asked for guidance. Lin Jianxing nodded slightly, saying calmly, "This move is called Sword Qi Form." Sword Qi Form is a great move. Prince's Impatience praised sincerely. After this battle, no matter what happens to you, this move will definitely become famous in the 5 regions. Zhou Xiong Xin also commented, even though they were toyed with, the 5 immortals of Celestial Court only felt solemn. Their confidence and fighting spirit did not diminish. Earlier, in the battlefield of Rumor Cage, they were also restricted. After all, Rumor Cage created an information path environment. The 4 immortals of Celestial Court were suppressed. They did not dare to use their full strength, fearing that Rumor Cage would be damaged. Even if it was not damaged, the intense vibrations would cause damage to the battlefield and expose a flaw. Once Lin Jianxing made use of this flaw, he might be able to escape. Lin Jianxing stretched out his palm at this time, revealing several immortal Gu that were suppressed by sword qi. Celestial Court's immortal formation is truly exquisite. It seems to be specially modified for our clan's public blessed land. Is this the work of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? The 5 immortals of Celestial Court could not conceal their solemn expressions. The formation that was secretly set up outside Lin Clan's public blessed land had already been dismantled by Lin Jianxing. But at the next moment, Lin Jianxing tossed the immortal Gu in his hand to the 5 immortals of Celestial Court. I will return the immortal Gu to you. This is our clan's headquarters. It will not be good to destroy it. Let's go to another battlefield. The 5 immortals of Celestial Court silently received the immortal Gu. They looked at each other before Red Heart Traveler nodded. Lin Jianxing is truly extraordinary. I am in admiration. There is a desolate area 1,500 li away from here. Follow me. Lin Jianxing flew out of the blessed land first. He was slow and had a calm attitude. Chapter 2338. What should we do now? Since the immortal formation has been dismantled, we can only rely on Rumor Cage. What is Lin Jianxing planning? If he wants to wait for the Anti-Fang Alliance or Western Desert Righteous Path's reinforcements, he is making a mistake. Wan Zihong, Prince's Impatience, Zhou Xiong Xian, Red Heart Traveler, and 9 spiritual fairy followed Lin Jianxing as they conversed secretly. Lin Jianxing's methods were beyond their expectations. He made the plans of the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court fail. Just by relying on a sword chi form killer move, he deceived the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court for a long time. This made the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court lose face. Lin Jianxing's main body used this chance to dismantle the immortal formation of the Celestial Court. This made the immortals of the Celestial Court realize there was a mistake in their formation arrangement. They should have sent someone to guard the immortal formation. In fact, the immortal formation had a certain amount of defensive power and a teleportation method. Once it was dismantled, information would be sent back. Even if the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court were inside Rumor Cage, they would receive a warning. Rumor Cage isolated communication inside and outside. Even Jewel Yellow Skies could not communicate with it. But this information would go straight to Rumor Cage. It would cause a slight tremor in Rumor Cage to send a warning. At that time, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court would know that someone dismantled the immortal formation. They would observe the situation and send a few people back to deal with it. However, Lin Jianxing's methods were extremely exquisite. From start to finish, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court did not receive any warning. They quietly dismantled the formation. But facing the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court, Lin Jianxing actually returned the immortal goo to them. Such magnanimity made even the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court admire him. In this situation, when Lin Jianxing suggested moving the battlefield, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court did not have the face to continue staying in Lin Clan's public blessed land. This is it. Lin Jianxing, who was in front, slowly stopped. He stood in midair and turned to face the 5 deities of the Celestial Court. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court scanned their surroundings. This desert was indeed, as Lin Jianxing had said, barren and devoid of life. It was a perfect battlefield. Fellow immortal Lin Jianxing, if you surrender, I will guarantee your survival with my life. Red Heart Traveler sighed. Lin Jianxing sneered. If you're staying at home and an outsider suddenly barges in to frame you and make a big fuss about it, I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything about it. What would you do if they said they would spare your life? What's the point of saying so much? Just as Red Heart Traveler was about to answer, Wan Zihong suddenly made a move. She disappeared again and reappeared behind Lin Jianxing. All 10 of her fingers were sharp, and all 10 of her fingernails were dark violet in color. They tore through the air and clawed down fiercely towards Lin Jianxing's back. Wan Zihong was a demonic path goo immortal recruited by the Celestial Court. She did not lack viciousness in her heart and also had a sense of pride. Lin Jianxing had toyed with her for so long using sword chi form. She was already feeling indignant. Right now, she was still using the killer move flower-piercing finger, but it was 10 times stronger. This time, you have a body of flesh and blood. Let's see how long you can resist for. Wan Zihong's eyes shone with a sharp light. However, at the next moment, there was a sudden thunderous explosion. By the time Wan Zihong reacted, she had already been sent flying far away. Lin Jianxing, who was originally very close, could only see his back now. Because of the distance, his back was as small as a palm. What's going on? What killer move is this? Wan Zihong had just thought of this when she felt intense pain. Guh! She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and was shocked to find that her defensive killer move was almost destroyed. What was that move just now? The other Celestial Court goo immortals were also uncertain. Lin Jianxing's method was too fast. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could not see it clearly. Zhou Xiong Xian quickly retreated and pulled some distance. Meanwhile, 9 spiritual fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast again and charged towards Lin Jianxing. In this situation, transformation path Gu immortals with thick skin were the best candidates to probe. Boom. But at the next moment, thunder rumbled. 9 spiritual fairy was also sent flying back. At least 3 of her ribs were broken. The other celestial court Gu immortals could barely see that this was a sword path killer move. It was completely formed from sword chi, but it was too fast. It could not be seen with the naked eye. Even with investigative methods, they could only barely see it. This move is called Thunder Sword Chi. Please appraise it. Lin Jianxing shouted as he counterattacked the 5 immortals of the celestial court. Bam, bam, bam. Thunder rumbled. The 5 immortals of the celestial court were forced to retreat continuously. Lin Jianxing naturally did not just use Thunder Sword Chi killer move. He also used Sword Chi manifestation methods from time to time. Sword Chi manifestation killer move was exquisite and mystical, while Thunder Sword Chi was fast, too fast. It was so fast that the 5 immortals of the celestial court could not see it clearly. They could only use defensive methods to resist it. Lin Jianxing actually had such a method. Cover me. Zhou Xiong Xin transmitted secretly. Red Heart Traveler immediately flew in front of him, activating the majestic blood light. The blood light was like a ball, enveloping Red Heart Traveler and Zhou Xiong Xin within it. Zhou Xiong Xin had only prepared for a few breaths of time, but Lin Jianxing had already sensed it. Lin Jianxing pointed at the blood light barrier with his finger. Instantly, at least 3 Thunder Sword Chi killer moves landed and destroyed the blood light barrier. But Zhou Xiong Xin laughed heartily. You fell for my trap. He had already prepared it. He had only purposely delayed it to create the illusion that he needed a long time to prepare a powerful killer move. After all, the longer the killer move's preparation time, the stronger it would be. Zhou Xiong Xin cultivated information path. This move did not have the ability to attack when activated. However, once the enemy used a killer move and was blocked by this move, it would capture the information of the enemy's killer move and give Zhou Xiong Xin a warning. Zhou Xiong Xin had a warning. He quickly used information path methods to share the information with the other 4 immortals of the celestial court. This way, there was a clear change in the battle situation. The 5 immortals of the celestial court finally gained a foothold. They started to exchange blows with Lin Jianxing. Lin Jianxing's Thunder Sword Chi killer move was mainly because it was too fast. Before the enemy could react, they would already be hit. But Lin Jianxing still needed time to activate this killer move. Zhou Xiong Xin's information path killer move warning informed Zhou Xiong Xin, and the rest when Lin Jianxing started to prepare Thunder Sword Chi killer move. With this added time, the 5 immortals of the celestial court could barely react in time. Both sides fought intensely for a while. The 5 immortals of the celestial court still had not gained control of the situation. They were still suppressed by Lin Jianxing. How is this possible? He is actually so strong. This is completely different from the information. Thunder Sword Chi and Sword Chi form are already incredible. Lin Jianxing's battle awareness is even more outstanding. It even surpasses mine. The 5 immortals of the celestial court were inwardly shocked. Lin Jianxing did not just rely on these 2 moves to dominate the battlefield. He also displayed terrifying strength. There was no strongest Gu worm. There was no strongest killer move, but Gu immortals could always be number 1. Even though Lin Jianxing was not number 1, he was vaguely above the 5 immortals of the celestial court. The 5 of us have different paths. We are restricting each other. This won't do. Lin Jianxing's main body has such battle strength, we need to weaken him to have a chance to use Rumor Cage. Let me do it. The 5 immortals of the celestial court conversed at lightning speed. Prince's impatience stood up. He sent out balls of sparks that fluttered about, and they quickly enveloped the entire battlefield. Lin Jianxing's sword chi surged, but when it encountered the sparks, it started to burn and was quickly expended. Lin Jianxing was stunned. His vital immortal gu was rank 8 sword chi gu. Be it sword chi form or thunder sword chi, they both use sword chi as the foundation. The prince's impatience's move could actually burn sword chi. This broke the foundation of his battle. At least 50% of Lin Jianxing's sword chi was burned. Its power fell drastically. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court took the chance to counterattack. After several rounds of fighting, a chance appeared. 9 spiritual fairy smoothly grasped it. 9 spiritual fairy turned into a willow tree. Her willow branches coiled around Lin Jianxing like a python, binding him to the willow tree trunk. Using this chance, Zhou Xiong Xian quickly used Rumor Cage Battlefield. Seeing that Lin Jianxing had entered the battlefield again, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court became energized. But at the next moment, 9 spiritual fairy cried out in pain. The willow tree immemorial desolate beast vanished. She returned to her human form. She was covered in blood as she retreated in panic. What happened now? The other 4 immortals of the Celestial Court were shocked. Be careful! 9 spiritual fairy was hidden behind Zhou Xiong Xian. Her expression was still filled with shock and even a trace of fear. Lin Jianxing broke free from the bindings. He smiled as his aura slowly rose. Sensing this aura, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court had a change of expression. Pseudo-venerable. He concealed himself so deeply. He is actually a pseudo-venerable. At this point in the battle, Lin Jianxing finally started to display his full strength. Translucent, milky white threads appeared around his body. The threads were extremely fast. They shot towards the 4 immortals of the Celestial Court. Sword Path Killer Move, Sword Chi Condensed Thread. This is the move. 9 spiritual fairy reminded in a low voice. The other 4 immortals of the Celestial Court had stern expressions. The Transformation Path 9 spiritual fairy, who had transformed into an immemorial desolate plant, was defeated miserably by this move. They naturally would not let down their guard. Red Heart Traveler activated all of his defensive methods and took the lead to block these threads. The threads were extremely sharp, so sharp that they could not be described with words. They actually cut into his body. If not for Red Heart Traveler reacting in time and pulling some distance away, he would have been cut into pieces. This move cannot be blocked head-on. Soon, the other 3 immortals of the Celestial Court also tested the power of this move and reached a consensus. The threads were unimaginably sharp. Even the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court could only dodge. Lin Jianxing did not move from the center. He activated more and more threads, gradually filling the entire battlefield. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court awkwardly found that the battlefield they wanted to trap Lin Jianxing in was gradually becoming an obstacle for them to dodge the threads. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court finally realized Lin Jianxing had not moved the battlefield to stall for time. The reason he returned the immortal gu was because he believed he could fight 1 against 5. He could defeat the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court. Lin Jianxing, aren't you looking down on us too much? Remove Rumor Cage. Let me use my strongest method. No, let me do it first. Facing the incomparably powerful Lin Jianxing, the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court decisively removed Rumor Cage and used their strongest killer moves. Lin Jianxing's smile did not change as he activated another method. For a moment, sword lights danced in the air, appearing out of thin air. Sword Path Killer Move, Sword Light Division. Bam, bam, bam. In this battle, Lin Jianxing won 1 against 5. He killed the Gu Immortal Wan Zihong of the Celestial Court and heavily injured Zhou Xiong Xian, Princess Impatience, and Red Heart Traveler. 9 spiritual fairy was captured because she brought up the rear. Lin Jianxing's names spread throughout the 5 regions. Chapter 2339. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. Refinement CC area. The sea breeze blew. The surface of the sea was rippling. The sound of waves could be heard. A rank 5 hairy man old man was lying on a small sampan, unconscious. The sampan moved with the waves. If nothing happened, this hairy man old man would die in the sea. But a ship passed by here. After noticing the sampan, screams and shouts could be heard from the ship. After the hairy man old man woke up, he found himself on the ship. Old man, are you also going to the refinement path sacred land to compete for the right to enter and exit the drifting refinement nest? The hairy man Gu Masters on the ship asked. The old man nodded. I live in Kokitahara. I heard about the drifting refinement nest. I know that it was created under the orders of the Supreme World Lord, Great Love Immortal Venerable. Such a refinement path, sacred land, might give me hope of breaking through. The hairy man Gu Masters on the ship gasped. Old man, you traveled such a long distance from Kokitahara to here. It was not easy. We are truly in awe. The hairy man old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. Initially, I was not alone. There were 3 others. But the journey was dangerous. 2 of my companions died. The remaining 1 did not dare to continue. He returned. Thus, I am the only one who came here. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was not safe either, especially when abnormal situations occurred frequently. The only places that had a stable environment were the settlements of large tribes. They usually had defensive immortal formations or Gu immortals guarding them. Thus, even rank 5 Gu Masters could not travel long distances. They had to take huge risks. The hairy man old man asked the hairy man Gu Masters on the ship where they came from. Like he expected, these hairy man Gu Masters came from Mini Eastern Sea's 3-hair continent. Back in Langya Blessed Land, the Yellow Hair Continent, Black Hair Continent, and White Hair Continent were collectively known as 3-hair continent. These hairy man Gu Masters had different cultivation levels. Most were rank 4, few were rank 5, and there were also rare rank 3. I am truly envious of you. You live so close to the refinement path sacred land. The hairy man old man sighed internally. So what if it is close? This place is strictly forbidden. How can the refinement path sacred land be freely entered? According to what I know, many Gu immortals' descendants can enter freely. Alas, we can't compare. They have Gu immortal seniors. They use flying boats to enter and exit this place. They are extremely fast. Hopefully, this test won't be difficult, and I'll pass. From now on, you will have the right to enter and exit this place freely. The hairy man Gu Masters discussed among themselves. Several days later, the hairy man old man and the ship's hairy man Gu Masters arrived at a floating refinement nest. The drifting refinement nest was so huge that all the Gu Masters gasped in admiration. A voice transmitted into everyone's ears, guiding the rookies on the correct path, allowing them to smoothly enter the drifting refining nest. The structure of the drifting smelting nest was even more complicated. There were countless rooms of different sizes and corridors. It was very easy to get lost. Under the guidance of that voice, the hairy man Gu Masters found their own rooms and moved in. The Fong family had all the necessary living facilities, but they were all very simple. The style of ascetic cultivation was undoubtedly evident. That night, the newly arrived hairy man Gu Masters rested well. From the second day onwards, Gu materials were transported into the individual Gu refinement rooms in their rooms. The hairy man Gu Masters started to refine Gu, according to that mysterious voice. This was the first test. The Gu Masters were asked to use their most proficient methods to process Gu materials or refine Gu worms. This test lasted for 3 days. During this period, the Gu Masters could display their skills to their heart's content. After the test, the Gu Masters' rooms were moved. Some went to higher floors. while others went down a few floors. The drifting refinement nest did not prohibit goo masters from interacting with each other. Thus, all sorts of small gatherings were held at night. The elderly rank 5 hairy man, goo master, saw many outstanding goo masters. Hairy men were the majority, but there were also humans and even a few variant human goo masters. He also obtained a lot of information from this. One day, according to everyone's conjecture, the higher the floor, the better the results of the test. Because the higher the floor, the bigger and better the room, the better the food. The goo masters revolved around this standard and started to compete intensely. The drifting refinement nest never lacked goo materials, refining goo worms or trying to create new goo. Through a good performance, the goo masters could even seek the guidance of the mysterious voice and learn profound goo refinement knowledge and techniques. After living here for several weeks, all of the goo masters felt their strength rising rapidly. 14 days passed like this. The goo masters faced the middle stage test. A set of high-quality goo materials were processed by many goo masters together. The goo masters were in their own rooms, observing the images and processing them remotely. The images were very lifelike, be it the temperature or the smell, they were all the same. The true goo materials were placed in a secret location, inside the refinement path goo formation. They were not placed in front of any goo master. Such methods were unimaginable. All of the goo masters were shocked and filled with admiration. After the middle stage test, more than 10 days later, it was time for the final stage test. This time, they were processing immortal materials. Of course, the topic was goo immortals. Every drifting refinement nest had at least one refinement path goo immortal. The other goo masters did some auxiliary work, such as processing the immortal materials, and so on. After passing the final stage test, the remaining goo masters would have the qualifications to enter and exit refinement C freely. But this qualification had a time limit of 50 years. After that, they would have to take the test again. The drifting refinement nest that Fang Yuan created was mostly filled with goo masters. The early stage standard was not high. Most goo masters could pass and obtain this qualification. But in the future, with the explosive growth of the population, the competition in all aspects would become very intense, especially regarding the qualifications to enter and exit Refinement C. Every drifting refinement nest could make use of Refinement C to greatly increase the success rate of goo refinement. At the same time, the goo materials that were wasted in the refinement nests would be converted into Refinement C after passing through the drifting refinement nest. Both sides complemented each other. If not for the replenishment of these drifting refinement nests, Refinement C's sea level would have already fallen by a lot. After all, Fang Yuan had been refining rank 9 immortal goo for many days already. The center of Refinement C was a forbidden area among forbidden areas. Only goo immortals with Fang Yuan's permission could enter. Because here was 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. A pillar of light formed and pierced the sky. The pillar of light slowly dissipated, and a rank 9 immortal goo appeared. This immortal goo crystal spider was transparent, without any flaws. The spider's 8 legs were very long and slender, while its body was very petite, supported by the 8 legs. It was heavenly web goo, and on the back of heavenly web goo, there was a white mark that resembled a spider web. This was unique to rank 9 heavenly web goo. It did not exist on the back of rank 8 heavenly web goo. The refinement is complete. Master has another rank 9 immortal goo. Oh heavens, we participated in the whole process. This is the supreme glory of refinement path. As long as this continues, Master will definitely trample all the venerables under his feet in the future. For elements square regret blood refinement pool also had Gu immortals participating in the refinement, the majority of them being hairy men. They looked up at the sky, gasping in admiration. Under the control of Fang Yuan's divine sense, the rank 9 heavenly web Gu disappeared. Rank 9 heavenly web Gu is also refined. Fang Yuan was calm. After refining many rank 9 immortal Gu, he no longer felt excited or agitated. He was starting to get used to it. Although the Gu refinement failed twice this time, there were no setbacks after that. It was very smooth. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan chose to refine heavenly web Gu in the end. Fang Yuan's current situation was not bad. He needed an immortal Gu to help him attack and defend. Between offense and defense, Fang Yuan chose the latter without hesitation. Because the sovereign immortal body's Tao marks did not conflict, its defense was very weak. This was Fang Yuan's shortcoming. If this aspect was broken by other venerables, then in a direct confrontation, Fang Yuan would have no place to stand. The consequences would be severe. Heavenly Web Gu could release a huge net to trap the target when activated. Strictly speaking, it was not a defensive Gu, it was used for offense. But it was the absolute core of the defensive killer move. Expanding Heavenly Web. Expanding Heavenly Web's power rose sharply. It was even more powerful than Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Moreover, Heavenly Web Gu could be mixed into obscured Heavenly Secret, increasing the power of this killer move by several times. The reason why Fang Yuan chose Heaven Path and gave up on Refinement Path was because Refinement Path was not good at offense, and it was too widespread. Heaven Path had a broad future and was developing well. It was even more outstanding than Human Path in this aspect. The most amazing thing was that almost no one had the qualifications to cultivate Heaven Path. Thus, Fang Yuan's choice of using Heaven Path as a base was very wise. Using Heaven Path as an offensive method was naturally the best choice. After storing the rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu, Fang Yuan inspected his inventory. Because he had failed twice earlier, he had expended a lot of Heaven Path immortal materials. As for the secluded domain of heaven and earth, refinement C, even though the sea level had fallen, it had not broken through the limit. It could recover on its own. Of course, drifting refinement nest could speed up refinement C's recovery. Just as Fang Yuan was calculating which rank 9 immortal Gu he should refine next, a piece of news entered his ears. The 5 immortals of the Celestial Court surrounded Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, Lin Jianxing, but suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Jianxing's pseudo-venerable battle strength was exposed. Not only did he collude with Fang Clan and leak information to them, he was also an otherworldly demon. There was a lot of evidence of Lin Jianxing's collusion with Fang Clan. It could be said to be irrefutable. As an information path grade expert, Zhou Xiongxian not only had the ability to gather clues, he also had the ability to create false evidence. As for Lin Jianxing's otherworldly demon identity, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had personally deduced it. Right now, the world was in an uproar, especially Western Desert. It was extremely chaotic. A pseudo-venerable had finally appeared in this region. Western Desert's righteous path had yet to straighten their backs when they were dumbfounded. This pseudo-venerable Lin Jianxing was actually involved in the demonic path. He had deep connections. Chapter 2340. If not for the Celestial Court exposing it, no one would know that Lin Jianxing had pseudo-venerable battle strength. They had hidden it so deeply, they definitely had ulterior motives. In fact, from the reactions of most of Lin Clan's Gu immortals, they did not know about it. Western Desert's righteous path superforces were watching. Many of them were waiting for Lin Jianxing to explain, but Lin Clan remained silent and did not give any explanation. Western Desert's righteous path did not make a move. They were not willing to create an alliance against Lin after the Anti-Fang alliance. The consequences of attacking Fong Clan were right in front of them. If Lin Clan did the same thing as Fong Clan, with a pseudo-venerable leading the entire clan, how would Western Desert's righteous path survive? Fong Clan cannot attack now. It seems that Fong Clan's previous attacks were all a facade created by the Celestial Court. Fong Yuan looked at the complete information again and understood. Ever since Western Desert's Fong Clan lost the resource points of their entire clan, they had to rely on Fong Yuan even more. Thus, Fong Yuan's control over them was even deeper. If Fong Clan attacked in a large scale, they would definitely inform him and ask for his instructions. Fong Yuan could not help but find it funny. The Celestial Court wanted to interfere in Western Desert. Of all people, they had to choose the strongest opponent. But soon, Fong Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought of a question: why did the Celestial Court suddenly attack Lin Clan? Was it because they found out that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had pseudo-venerable strength, so they wanted to eliminate him in advance for the sake of Celestial Court's dominance over the 5 regions? This possibility was too low. Not to mention the fact that the Celestial Court's biggest obstacle in stabilizing its position as the overlord of the 5 regions were the other venerables. Even pseudo-venerables had to stand aside. If the Celestial Court found out that Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder had pseudo-venerable battle strength, why did they only send 5 Celestial Court Gu Immortals to kill Lin Jianxing? This did not make sense. Then what is the Celestial Court's true motive? Why did they suddenly attack Lin Clan? Fong Yuan learned from Fong Clan that Lin Clan and Fong Clan did not collude in secret. This was all a setup by the Celestial Court. Is it because Lin Jianxing is an otherworldly demon? That wasn't right either. The Celestial Court's attitude towards the extraterrestrial devils was not completely one-sided. As long as they could recruit him, the Celestial Court would. Even Fong Yuan had been recruited by the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court's recruitment criteria were also very clear, as long as it was a human. Then what exactly is the reason? Even if the number 1 Wisdom Path expert, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, was not the decision-maker, she had at least agreed to deal with Lin Clan. However, she made a rare miscalculation. What made her agree to attack the Lin family? The problem here was very crucial and worthy of Fong Yuan's deep consideration. Even though Wisdom Gu was only rank 8, it was helpful to Fong Yuan. After he used all sorts of wisdom path methods, Fong Yuan had a guess, but he was not sure. After all, everything was just a calculation. What was the truth? Fong Yuan naturally had a way to prove it. He immediately ordered for a rank 5 Gu Master to undergo immortal ascension. Right now, there were few such rank 5 Gu immortal seeds left in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. And these Gu immortal seeds did not have a deep foundation. They did not have enough experience. Their chances of passing the tribulation were very low. This was why Fong Yuan decided to suppress them and let them continue to accumulate their foundation. But because this problem was very important, Fong Yuan felt that it was worth it even if he had to waste a rank 5 Gu Master. In the end, this rank 5 Gu Master failed and died because the 3 Qi were out of balance. But during this short period of time, Fong Yuan used Thieving Heaven's secret killer move to find out the truth. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave the order to deal with Lin Clan, she was an embroidered tower outside the Celestial Court. But Bo Qing's soul was taken out from the Celestial Court's secret treasury. This was the most obvious evidence. Furthermore, when Fairy Maiden's soul modified Bo Qing's soul, she was in the Celestial Court the entire time. Fong Yuan obtained even more precious information. Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia were trapped in the Heaven Path Dream Realm, so Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to nurture Bo Qing, even though this was a risky move. This way, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's motive was clear. She wanted to use Bo Qing to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral soul demon venerable. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he muttered. He knew wise star constellation immortal venerable wanted to deal with spectral soul demon venerable. Spectral soul demon venerable's previous performance was already the #1 threat to the celestial court. Of course, this was star constellation immortal venerable's understanding when Fang Yuan tried to conceal himself. If the fact that Fang Yuan had many rank 9 immortal goo was exposed, then spectral soul demon venerable would be tossed aside. Not only would star constellation immortal venerable find trouble with Fang Yuan, giant sun immortal would also have to join forces with star constellation to deal with Fang Yuan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, Fang Yuan rapidly deduced and thought deeply. Thoughts surged in his mind, gathering into surging waves that rose and fell. He knew that an opportunity was right in front of him, a huge opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, as time passed, star constellation immortal venerable might succeed. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no more opportunities like this. Would he be able to grasp this opportunity? If he could not, the result would be terrible for Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan could not make a decision. Even though he knew about the celestial court's secrets, he did not know about star constellation immortal venerable herself. How much progress had she made during this period of time? Giant sun, immortal longevity heaven, and Fang Yuan were all shrouded in mystery. Fang Yuan had refined rank 9 immortal goo. He had an advantage in this aspect, but the other venerables might try to offset Fang Yuan's refinement path advantage in other aspects. War. Fang Yuan did not like war, even though he did not dislike it. In his opinion, war and killing were only ways to gain benefits. Harming the enemy while harming oneself was already a good outcome in a war. The risk of war was huge. Rashly starting a war was not wise. Compared to war, Fang Yuan preferred to do business and plunder. But Fang Yuan was clear about one thing. Venerables had to fight. They had to fight frequently. Then let's fight. After thinking for several days, Fang Yuan finally made this decision. After he made his decision, he immediately took action. On one hand, he sent Gu Immortals to Western Desert to approach Lin Jianxing and recruit him. On the other hand, he sent his capable subordinates to make arrangements. After making arrangements, Fang Yuan flew into the sky, entering spectral heaven. Great love immortal venerable suddenly flew into spectral heaven. This important information was quickly captured by the celestial court and longevity heaven. It was quickly spread to the whole of the 5 regions Gu immortal world. A venerable's every action would attract the attention of all Gu immortals, not to mention Fang Yuan's huge action. What is heaven refining demon venerable trying to do by entering spectral heaven? To fight against spectral soul demon venerable? Giant sun immortal was very confused. But star constellation immortal venerable's heart jumped. Not long ago, she and Fang Yuan had already completed the transaction regarding the starry sky calculation formation. Lin Jianxing exposed his true battle strength. She had miscalculated. She was about to deal with this when Fang Yuan made such a move. Star constellation immortal venerable had not even deduced when an intense feeling told her that things were going to turn bad. But as for what would turn bad, and how, star constellation immortal venerable did not know yet. Everything was waiting for her to continue deducing, or for the situation to continue developing. Among the venerables, Fang Yuan is in the worst situation. Why did he go to spectral heaven? Star constellation immortal venerable was confused. Spectral heaven had already become spectral soul demon venerable's territory. Other Gu immortals entered and left spectral heaven, but spectral soul demon venerable did not make a move. But what if a venerable like Fang Yuan went to spectral heaven? This was like a mountain with a tiger, Normally, when small animals stepped on it, the tiger would not move. However, if another ferocious tiger entered the mountain peak, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of the original ferocious tiger, and a battle might even break out. Would Spectral Soul Demon Venerable make a move against Fang Yuan? The answer to this question was related to the hearts of the two venerables. They activated investigative killer moves and paid close attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's movements. The two venerables were shaken. At the same time, they thought of a possibility. Did Fang Yuan have a way to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? That was why he had the confidence to enter Spectral Heaven. But why did he suddenly enter Spectral Heaven? The same question appeared in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's first thought was, has Fang Yuan already quelled the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's internal problems and started annexing variant human grotto heavens? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. She had a bad feeling. Does Fang Yuan already know about the Heavenly Path Dream Realm? In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he killed Paradise Earth and obtained the truthful floating ice left behind by Limitless Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan did not conceal his movements. After entering Spectral Heaven, he went straight for the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. Soon, he arrived at the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. After sensing this, Giant Sun Immortal's heart shook. This is a dream realm? The dream realm that is most similar to the description in The Legends of Rinzu has appeared. So Fang Yuan's target is them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. Fang Yuan had Heaven Path cultivation level and was also the #1 person in the world in Dream Path attainment. The Heavenly Path Dream Realm was too helpful to Fang Yuan. I cannot let Fang Yuan succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of this and immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal realized that these were all Heavenly Path Dream Realms. On one hand, he agreed to cooperate with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to suppress Fang Yuan and prevent him from obtaining these Heavenly Path Dream Realms. On the other hand, he was thinking, was this real or fake? This was the first time Giant Sun Immortal learned of the existence of Heavenly Path Dream Realms. But he was clear. I already have a rank 9 goo. Even though it is light goo, it is damaged and useless for now. But this is enough for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable to work together against me. So in this situation, are the two of them working together to plot against me? Undeniably, this was very likely. Fang Yuan looked at the Heavenly Path Dream Realm in front of him and used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to enter. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo was an investigative goo. Soon, Fang Yuan learned of the situation in the Heavenly Path Dream Realm. His heart burned with passion. The Heavenly Path has to pay a huge price to create these Heavenly Path Dream Realms. They need to pay the true meaning. That is to say, if I obtain these dream realms and absorb their true meaning, I will obtain them. The parts that the Heavenly Path loses will be obtained by me. My attainment level in Heaven Path is even higher than the Heavenly Path. Of course, this could not be considered a Heaven Path Supreme Grandmaster, because in the current Heaven Path attainment level, there were too many things that Fang Yuan could not comprehend. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Just as he was thinking, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arrived. It is easy to do things in the dark, but hard to do things in the open. Giant Sun Immortal should be here soon. Fang Yuan thought of this and smiled at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, saying, Star Constellation, I must obtain these dream realms. If you do not retreat, leave your life behind. Chapter 23:41. You want me to leave my life behind. He. It is rare to see such hospitality from Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Fang Yuan's threat, but her heart shook slightly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan had fought several times, but it was rare to see Fang Yuan so unyielding. This showed how much Fang Yuan was determined to obtain these heaven path dream realms. Precisely so, Star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to stop Fang Yuan. It has been a long time since we last fought. Fang Yuan must have improved a lot. Star constellation Immortal Venerable said, her long hair fluttering in the air. Her long hair was black like the night sky, but countless starlight specks flickered between her hair. It was like a condensed Milky Way. It was dazzling and could not be ignored. Ding, ding, ding. Countless starlight specks flowed out of her hair, converging into a starlight current. This current was made up of countless starlight fragments. As they surged, they collided with each other and gave off a crisp sound. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. He had never seen this move before. He pointed his finger and used a method called 7 kills rainbow. At once, metal paths yellow light, wood paths jade light, water paths light blue light, fire paths red light, earth paths brown light, wind paths green light, and lightning paths dark blue light fused together, turning into a huge spiral light pillar that crashed into the starlight current. Rumble! The two collided, creating a loud sound that shook heaven and earth. Next, the sound of countless starlight fragments colliding filled everyone's ears. Fang Yuan's 7 kills rainbow pierced through the starlight fragments and flew up like a mixed-colored dragon, attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She moved like the wind as she retreated to a certain distance. The more Fang Yuan's 7 kills rainbow entered the starlight, the weaker its momentum became. At first, it had an unstoppable penetrating force, but soon it was surrounded by countless starlight fragments and weakened. Eventually, the light pillar became thinner and thinner. By the time it reached Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, it was only smoke. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a smile on her face as she watched the 7 kills rainbow dissipate like smoke. Fang Yuan frowned slightly as he stared at the scattered stardust on the battlefield. Each of these star fragments was extremely small. They were not true star fragments, but formed by killer moves. Originally, the stardust shone with a faint blue light and converged into one, turning into a deep blue torrent. But now, these star fragments had dispersed and absorbed Fang Yuan's 7 kills rainbow. The surrounding surface was stained with golden, emerald, light blue, scarlet, dark brown, and so on. The entire battlefield was covered in colors, and the scene was dazzling and resplendent. However, Fang Yuan sensed a strong sense of danger from this beautiful scenery. He continued to use killer moves to test them, but the result was the same. The killer moves did not show their might for long before their power plummeted, and were absorbed by countless star fragments. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her method again. From time to time, she flicked her fingers, and from time to time, her fingers danced in the air. Along with her movements, streaks of starlight Tao marks lit up on the battlefield. The scale of these starlight Tao marks expanded rapidly and connected with each other. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, the incomplete form of a battlefield killer move was created. But how could Fang Yuan let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable succeed so easily? Once the battlefield killer move was created, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately gain a huge territorial advantage. Fang Yuan immediately tried to obstruct her, but the effect was minimal. These star fragments protected the Tao marks, even if Fang Yuan destroyed them. These Tao marks would break into countless star fragments and replenish them. I still have to thank Fang Yuan. Without permanence goo, these two moves would not exist. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 2 moves were unheard of by Fang Yuan. They were truly extraordinary when used together. Feng Yuan saw that he could not break them directly. He had a thought and decisively stopped probing, using another killer move. At the next moment, 5 colored lights shone around him. They were Southern Restriction Purple-Black Miasma Light Qi, Central Restriction White-Gold Holy Light Qi, Northern Restriction Jade Licorice Light Qi, Western Restriction Scarlet Raging Flames Light Qi, and Eastern Restriction Azure Water Blue Light Qi. The 5 colored lights were connected as one, but they were also distinct. They quickly spread and dyed the battlefield, enveloping star constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete battlefield killer move, as well as countless star fragments. Star constellation Immortal Venerable nodded slightly, showing an expression of praise. Be it the previous 7 killings rainbow or the current 5 restriction Profound Light Qi, they were both modified by Feng Yuan. If it were the original version, star constellation Immortal Venerable would immediately use a method to break it and cause Feng Yuan to suffer a backlash. The previous 7 killings Rainbow Killer move was also ordinary in terms of modification. In just this short period of time, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already understood it. As long as she had some time, she would be able to deduce a method to break it directly. However, the 5 restriction Profound Light Qi's killer move had been modified very well. Other than the killer move's power being increased, the speed at which it was unleashed had also become much faster. This modification clearly surpassed 7 killings rainbow. It showed Feng Yuan's effort in this. He must have invested a lot of time and effort into this. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought. Star constellation Immortal Venerable started to suffer a backlash. She did not have the sovereign immortal body. She had conflicting Tao marks when she fought in this 5-colored Profound Light Qi. The stronger the killer move she used, the greater the backlash she suffered. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path expert in history. Since 5 restriction Profound Light Qi was exposed, how could she not have any countermeasures? During this period of time, she had thought of at least 3 methods to deal with every method that Feng Yuan exposed. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable chose the simplest method. She opened her immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out countless star beasts. These star beasts were as large as white whales, some were as small as mosquitoes, some had sharp horns, some were soft and curved. In short, they had all kinds of shapes and sizes. But without exception, these star beasts were, at least, immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, there were leaders whose auras were clearly stronger than the others. Their eyes flickered with intelligence. The star beasts charged into 5 restriction Profound Light Qi without any obstruction. It turned out that the killer move 5 restriction Profound Light Qi originated from Tao Zhu. He had created it by imitating the 5 regional walls. The 5 regional walls could obstruct the living beings of the 5 regions, but they did not have much effect on creatures of the 2 heavens. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had specially nurtured these star path beasts. They were all from the 2 heavens. They were not suppressed by 5 restriction Profound Light Qi. The star beasts attacked in groups. They were ferocious and surging like a tidal wave. Feng Yuan activated killer moves, slaughtering groups after groups. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to increase her forces. The number of star beasts was still increasing slowly. Especially the star beast leaders, they had immortal apertures with goo worms in their bodies. Their intelligence was not inferior to humans. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seems to be able to nurture legendary immemorial beasts. On a large scale, Feng Yuan's heart shook, but thinking about it, he understood. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 wisdom path immortal. She is most proficient in enlightening star beasts and giving them wisdom. Actually, it was not just Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, thinking about the countless variant goo immortals in Kray's Demon Cave. They were all created by limitless demon venerable from mountains, rocks, wind, and fire. In a way, In terms of enlightening, legendary, immemorial, desolate beasts, limitless demon Venerable's achievements were even more shocking than star constellation Immortal Venerable. In order to nurture so many star beasts, star constellation Immortal Venerable had to expend a vast amount of star path resources. The fusion of the two heavens not only gave me a vast amount of heaven path immortal materials, it also gave her a vast amount of star path resources. Not only did she create the star path calculation formation, she also nurtured so many star beasts. Fang Yuan speculated about star constellation Immortal Venerable's foundation. The truth was, star constellation Immortal Venerable had expended a huge amount of resources to nurture so many star beasts. Not just the gains from the fusion of the two heavens, but also the star path resources in Celestial Court's treasury. Seeing that the star beasts were charging towards them, Fang Yuan maintained 5 restriction profound light qi, while activating Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Countless dragon souls danced, and Sword Qi spread, but they could not match the star beasts in the sky. They only managed to slow down the star beast army's attacks, slightly. When these star beasts were injured, the surrounding star fragments would fill their wounds and heal them quickly. If the star beasts were heavily injured and reached their limits, they would die and turn into countless star fragments. In a certain area, the star fragments would become denser, and when they reached a certain level, they would easily form star path downmarks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 moves were interconnected. One would weaken while the other would strengthen. They were closely linked and coordinated. Fang Yuan's situation became more difficult. It seems that this is another combat system of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan sensed this. His thoughts moved rapidly. This battle with star constellation Immortal Venerable was different from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. It was also different from the battle for rank 9 Light Gu. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave was about seizing the primordial domain and the crazed demon formation. It was about making use of the situation and maneuvering around. It focused on information, the will of the people, and the competition of forces. The battle for rank 9 Light Gu focused on pursuit. It focused on speed, timing, offense, and defense. This time, if Fang Yuan wanted to seize the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he had to occupy this battlefield and have the terrain advantage. Great minds think alike. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the same. Be it Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light qi, or star constellation Immortal Venerable's mysterious, incomplete star fragment battlefield, they were both targeting this. The moment star constellation Immortal Venerable fought, she directly used a new combat system, causing Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light qi and other methods to be ineffective. Fang Yuan was wise and decisive. Seeing that the situation was bad, he immediately stopped all his offensive methods and only used defense to protect himself. Star constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and waved her sleeves. All the star beasts charged forward. Fang Yuan could only dodge while preparing his killer move. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight. She suddenly took out a lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was her mental state. She used her mental state to aim at Fang Yuan's direction and shook it lightly. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with countless emotions. They assaulted his body and mind. But Fang Yuan was prepared. He activated more than one defensive killer move. Among them was the killer move Calm and Collected. This move had been used in Crazed Demon Cave. It was modified now. It quickly suppressed and destroyed Fang Yuan's emotions. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's interference failed. Fang Yuan stabilized his footing and prepared successfully. He opened his mouth slightly. A faint smoke came out of his mouth and ears. The smoke was pink. It gathered above Fang Yuan's head, turning into the exquisite appearance of Dang Hun Mountain. At the next moment, the killer move erupted with power. Mini Dang Hun Mountain above Fang Yuan's head shook intensely. Ding, ding, ding. It was like the sound of crystals colliding. It was so clear that it was piercing to the ears. The pink sound wave could be seen with the naked eye. Wherever it went, star beasts howled and froze on the spot before collapsing. The battlefield was originally filled with star beasts, but now a large area was cleared. Even the stronger leader star beasts could not resist it. They fell to the pink sound wave. Not just that, even the star fragments in the sky broke apart, vanishing completely. The surrounding star path Tao marks broke one after another, drowning in the pink sound wave. Immortal killer move. Year shocking dream wave soul sound. This move's power swept through the battlefield, easily changing the situation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Fu Pin Chinese language. Chapter 2342. This time shocking dreams. Soul sound, this was a combination killer move. It used rank 8 rule path Gu, rank 8 wisdom path great shock Gu, rank 8 time path year Gu, rank 7 dream armor Gu, rank 8 water path great wave Gu, rank 8 bell tone Gu, and the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. Precisely because the core was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain, it was comparable to a rank 9 killer move, with the amplification of Fang Yuan's Tao marks of corresponding paths. Its power was earth-shattering. With this move, Fang Yuan immediately broke through star constellation Immortal Venerable's 3 consecutive moves. He swept away the disadvantage and regained his might. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's expression changed. Thoughts moved rapidly in her mind as she tried to analyze this move. This move seems to be Fang Yuan's trump card, the source of his confidence in fighting me. Roughly speaking, this move encompasses rule path, wisdom path, time path, dream path, water path, soul path, and sound path. It's truly difficult to resist all of them. Wisdom path was easy, but dream path was difficult. Even though the relevant immortal Gu was only rank 7 dream armor Gu, star constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist it effectively. Fang Yuan had an advantage in the dream path. He was the #1 person in the world. The greatest source of this move's power is still Dang Hun Mountain. I wonder how much time and effort Fang Yuan spent to deduce this move. Star constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind. She could not help but feel helpless. The new combat system that she had painstakingly designed was broken by Fang Yuan just like that. No matter how exquisite the combination of the 3 moves was, Fang Yuan's year-shocking dreamwave soul sound was extremely domineering. It swept through the battlefield with invincibility. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was more concerned about the time and effort she used to deduce these 3 moves compared to Fang Yuan's effort to deduce the killer move year shocking dreamwave sound. It would be better if she spent less time and energy on it. If she gave up more, it would be a loss that outweighed the gain. The outcome of the battle between Venerable Ones also signified the level of the Venerable One's cultivation and management skills. Star constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind. She felt that if Fang Yuan paid less than her, the possibility of that happening was quite low. However, that was not the case. The main source of this killer move, year-shocking dreamwave soul sound, came from nature. In the remote antiquity era, there was an immemorial desolate beast called the Frightening Year Beast. Wherever it went, Frightening Year Gu would fly away. Now, it was already extinct. Dream waves were a kind of phenomenon. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when dreams appeared on a large scale, dream waves would form. Dang Hun Mountain didn't need to be mentioned. The soul sound withered flower tree was also a rare ancient desolate plant that was already extinct. It could use woodpath resources as nourishment to send out soul sounds that affected the souls of the surrounding living beings. These phenomena and innate instincts were things that naturally existed in the world. After Fang Yuan stole the heavenly secrets, it became an important reference. Creating compound killer moves was actually much easier than creating killer moves of a single path. especially when Fang Yuan had rank 8 wisdom goo. He could always provide him with the most accurate inspiration. He did not have to waste time on the wrong path. This year's shocking Dreamwave Soul Sound was only a quasi-rank 9 killer move in essence, because it did not contain a rank 9 immortal goo, only the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain. Thus, the rank 8 wisdom goo was very helpful to the deduction of this move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, can you deal with this move? Fang Yuan smiled as he got closer to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to retreat, maintaining her distance from Fang Yuan. A combat system was very difficult to construct. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking combination of 3 moves was very exquisite. It was already the prototype of a combat system. But after being broken by Fang Yuan's unreasonable move, the combination of 3 moves became a joke. Of course, this did not mean that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's efforts were in vain. Maybe in the future, when she obtained rank 9 Star Path Immortal Goo, her power would rise sharply, and she would be able to resist Fang Yuan's combination killer move. Thus, the foundation of a combat system was still Immortal Goo. When Venerables fought, they had to compete with rank 9 Immortal Goo. Without rank 9 Immortal Goo, they would have to compete with secluded domains of heaven and earth. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal had the incomplete Blood Sea. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had Book Mountain, Mental Realm, and Door of Life and Death, while Fang Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, City Well, Reverse Flow River, Hu Land, Refinement Sea, Human Sea, and the incomplete Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Only with a solid foundation, after fighting to a stalemate, would the combat system be the key to victory. Fang Yuan, you have incredible talent indeed. Your talent is shocking. This move has great power. It is also mysterious and mystical. It is hard to defend against. But I have a move here. Please take a look. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said, as she shook the mental realm in her hand. Fang Yuan showed a vigilant expression as he activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow River had already been repaired. Reverse Flow Protection Seal had been modified. Originally, after the killer move was activated, it turned into a snowy robe with large sleeves. There were ripples on the surface of the robe. It was the scene of Reverse Flow River flowing slowly. The surface of the snowy robe was covered in mist. There was also a rainbow light. It was pure blue and curved like a ribbon. It coiled around Fang Yuan's arm, nape, and waist. Now, other than that, Fang Yuan's handsome face was covered with a layer of translucent veil, causing half of his beautiful face to be faintly discernible and accentuate that pair of beautiful eyes that were not covered, giving off a mysterious and unparalleled charm. The lantern-like mental realm shook slightly. In an instant, the surrounding battlefield turned darker. The mental realm seemed to have become the only source of light. It had a mystical suction force. This move had a huge range. Fang Yuan was directly hit. The emotions accumulated in his heart were extracted by the mental realm and absorbed. Fang Yuan immediately activated Calm Killer move, but he could not stop this process. He used other methods, but could not stop it. His expression changed, because it was only extracting emotions at first, but gradually, along with the extraction of emotions, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Tao marks were also extracted. Wisdom Path cultivation had 3 main elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Emotions were related to Wisdom Path Tao marks to begin with. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was very powerful. Other than extracting emotions, it could also extract Wisdom Path Tao marks, weakening the opponent's Wisdom Path foundation. My emotions are extracted, they will form a blank space. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable extracts my emotions, it will be very easy. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling. During the entire process, his Reverse Flow Protection Seal did not react. Clearly, This extraction was very subtle. It could not be considered an attack. It could not trigger reverse flow protection seal's counterattack. Star Constellation, Immortal, Venerable probably thought of this move to deal with reverse flow protection seal. She succeeded. Fang Yuan's previous efforts in modifying reverse flow protection seal were all for naught. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan had already lost 100 wisdom path Dao marks. He activated defensive methods like Dream Armor Goo, but they had no effect. The core of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move was her mental state. It was a quasi-rank 9 killer move, and with the amplification of her wisdom path Dao marks, its power was terrifying. Dream Armor Goo's methods were still too weak. They could not resist it. Reverse flow protection seal's level was high enough, it had enough power, but it could not be triggered. Fang Yuan had a choice. That was to continue using this shocking dream wave soul sound killer move to fight attack with attack. But he thought about it and found it difficult. His original plan was not to engage in an intense battle with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was a situation where both sides were heavily injured. It was most beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not want to fight Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. His main goal was the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind. After a few flashes of thought, he made up his mind and secretly used Heaven Path Killer move Heavenly Web. This move was supposed to form a pure, white net around the Gu Immortal to block attacks. But now, it had turned into a pure, white light and entered the dense fishnet formed by obscured, heavenly secret. Thus, the dense net had the power of both Heavenly Web and obscured heavenly secret. Heavenly Web Gu was a rank 9 immortal Gu. The defensive ability of Heavenly Web was superior to Mental State Killer move to begin with. Heaven's Web was flawless. It blocked the flow of Fang Yuan's emotions. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gasped in shock. And even more amazing was that Fang Yuan did not expose his rank 9 Immortal Gu aura. Because the two moves merged into one, they were concealed by obscured heavenly secret. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of her reputation. After a few rounds of fighting, she forced Fang Yuan to use rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu. Because of this, obscured heavenly secret had to bear a huge burden. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mood was even heavier. She could not resist Fang Yuan's shocking dream turbulence soul sound, but Fang Yuan resisted her mental state killer move. That was to say, she could not even use the tactic of using offense against offense. Does Fang Yuan have wisdom path methods that are not weaker than mine? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but suspect. Fang Yuan thus gained the upper hand. He finally had time to attack the Heaven Path Dream Realms. He did not make things difficult for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He only resisted her and used his methods on those Heaven Path Dream Realms from afar. The first method was pure dream reality seeker transformation, of course. But ordinary dream realms could be turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies by this move. But the Heaven Path Dream Realms had no effect. Not just that, they were enraged by Fang Yuan. The Heaven Path Dream Realms turned into a wave of attacks that pressed down on Fang Yuan. These Heaven Path Dream Realms are filled with providence, while the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies condense dream realms, using human will as the core to form the human body. Unless I use a method to get rid of all of the providence in the dream realms. After knowing this, Fang Yuan used Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move. He had used this move many times against dream realms. It was very effective. But now, even though this move was effective, the side effect was even greater. Fang Yuan looked at the Heaven Path Dream Realms that were hit and shrank. He felt a heartache. It seems that my Heavens Will Dissipation killer move can be used against ordinary dream realms, but it is very crude against Heaven Path dream realms. Not only did it weaken Providence, it also got rid of the true meaning in the dream realms. Fang Yuan did not gain nothing after this attempt. He understood that Providence and Heaven Path true meaning were intertwined in Heaven Path dream realms. They were hard to differentiate. His Wisdom Path methods were too crude. He could not differentiate the two accurately. He could not deal with Providence alone. But Fang Yuan still had a way to deal with it. At the next moment, he sent out his Dream Path clone Meng Qiuzhen to protect him as he was swallowed by the Heaven Path dream realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. She was somewhat anxious. Fang Yuan's strength was exposed. She was very surprised. He actually started to absorb the Heaven Path dream realms right under her nose. Giant Sun, are you going to watch as Heaven Refining Demon Venerable absorbs these Heaven Path dream realms and gets stronger? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contacted Giant Sunday. Of course not. At the next moment, Giant Sun Immortal appeared. P.S. Venerable Gu reached the 100 Alliance stage a few days ago. This is a very rare achievement. Here, I would like to thank all of you for your support and love. Thinking about the difficult past of this book, I could not help but sigh. Originally, the 100 Alliance stage would add chapters every day, but in the last month my grandmother passed away. It was a huge blow to me. I was immersed in a sea of sorrow. I was unable to extricate myself. From my personal experience, my grandmother was the most important person in my life. In a way, she was even more important than my parents. In the last month, I often cried silently. I was in so much pain that I could not concentrate on my writing, work, life, and many other matters. A few days ago, my grandmother held a funeral. When I went out and returned home, it was designed to be updated at a fixed time, so I could not add chapters in time. Today, I added chapters. I apologize to everyone. Please forgive me. Tomorrow, I will continue to add chapters for April. Chapter 2343. Ever since Fang Yuan ascended to spectral heaven, Giant Sun Immortal had been paying close attention to this place. When Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought, Giant Sun Immortal was joyful at first. After all, the fight between two venerables was the most beneficial to him. But soon, he was worried that Fang Yuan would not be able to withstand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks and would lose too early. If Fang Yuan cannot hold on, I will help him. Giant Sun Immortal had already prepared to help Fang Yuan in secret. Of course, he had good intentions. Firstly, Fang Yuan was too weak. It was not beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. In Giant Sun Immortal's opinion, the Celestial Court was his greatest enemy. Secondly, Giant Sun Immortal wanted Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to continue fighting each other. So he wanted to help Fang Yuan and maintain the situation of the two venerables. It was most beneficial to him. After all, I have primeval chi seed. My immortal essence is greatly replenished. If I expend some of my immortal essence in a fight between venerables, it would be even more harmful to them. Giant Sun Immortal had such a thought at the time. This was not wrong. It was a wise decision, but he did not know the truth. He only knew the information he obtained from this perspective. But what he did not expect was that after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan fought, Fang Yuan actually gained the upper hand. This was out of his expectations. After all, in his impression, Fang Yuan was last in refining Tao marks. Even though he had potential, his immortal essence storage was last. How did he gain the upper hand? He even forced Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to ask for help from Giant Sun Immortal. However, Giant Sun Immortal had witnessed the entire process of the fight between the two venerables. He was not surprised after the initial shock. This time, the killer move Shocking Year Dream Wave soul sound, left a deep impression on him. Fang Yuan used the secluded domain of heaven and earth Dang Hun Mountain as the core to create such a powerful killer move that swept away star constellation Immortal Venerable's incomplete combat system. It was logical that Fang Yuan could win. When the killer move shocking year, Dream Wave, Soul Sound showed off, Giant Sun Immortal was not too worried. He even let go of his worries and probed into Fang Yuan's background. The reason? Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence. He was ranked last in terms of refining natural Tao marks. What did he do with his remaining time? But now, Giant Sun Immortal saw it. Oh, so it is used to deduce killer moves. Oh, so he was using secluded domain of heaven and earth as. He was even more assured that he could use the arcane realm of heaven and earth as the core. It seems that Fang Yuan does not have a rank 9 immortal goo after all. He had to use a secluded domain of heaven and earth to create a quasi-rank 9 killer move. The Giant Sun Immortal couldn't help but feel envious. Fang Yuan had the most secluded domains of heaven and earth. Star constellation Immortal Venerable also had many, but Giant Sun Immortal had the least. He only had one, and it was only an incomplete blood sea. He also wanted a complete arcane realm of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal watched from the side. When he saw Fang Yuan's year-shocking dream wave soul sound gaining the upper hand, he felt reassured. However, when he saw that Fang Yuan actually resisted star constellation Immortal Venerable's mental state killer move, he could not sit still. Star constellation Immortal Venerable activated a wisdom path killer move with her mental state as the core. Giant Sun Immortal had already expected it. But he did not expect Fang Yuan to have defensive methods that could block star constellation Immortal Venerable's mental state killer move. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was already a huge headache for Giant Sun Immortal. He had spent a lot of effort to secretly deduce and modify luck path methods to deal with it. To think that Fang Yuan had other defensive methods that surpassed reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan's performance was out of Giant Sun Immortal's expectations again. This time, Giant Sun Immortal was wary. There was no helping it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not see through Fang Yuan's defensive methods. Giant Sun Immortal was the same. To think that Fang Yuan has such deep attainment in wisdom path. In such a short period of time, you were able to create, deduce, and modify so many killer moves. Giant Sun Immortal joined the battle, staring at Fang Yuan as he praised sincerely. This was nothing. Fang Yuan had thieving heaven's secret and wisdom goo with the advantage of the sovereign immortal body. Compound killer moves were easy to create. Individually, these advantages were so outstanding that venerable ones would be envious of them. Now that these advantages were stacked together, even Fang Yuan felt terrified. Things like this year's shocking dream wave, soul sound, heavenly web retraction, and so on were only a portion of Fang Yuan's recent achievements. The reason why he chose them was because Fang Yuan felt that they were suitable for this situation. Fang Yuan had at least 10 killer moves of the same level as them. This showed the power of thieving heaven's secret. Of course, the rank 8 wisdom goo also provided a lot of help. Mainly because of these two, Fang Yuan was able to catch up in modifying killer moves. He had many trump cards in his hands. When he used them, he could even choose and think carefully. Of course, Fang Yuan did not show it on the surface. Facing Giant Sun Immortal, he frowned and snorted coldly. I have to obtain the Heaven Path Dream Realm. You want to stop me? Between the Celestial Court and me, who is stronger? Does Giant Sun Immortal not know? Giant Sun Immortal looked at Fang Yuan's sharp gaze and calmed down, becoming a little complicated. In his mind, compared to the Celestial Court's star constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan was still weak. Why was that? Because Fang Yuan did not have enough immortal essence. He became a venerable in the shortest time. He did not even have a headquarters. During this period of time, how many natural refinement path Tao marks did he refine? It was very obvious. Thus, even though Feng Yuan was ferocious now, even suppressing star constellation Immortal Venerable, the truth was he was relying on the novelty and power of his killer moves. How much immortal essence did he have to sustain them? How could he fight a battle of attrition? In Giant Sun Immortal's view, Feng Yuan's situation was not optimistic. But even though Feng Yuan was weaker, Giant Sun Immortal still wanted to stop Feng Yuan. He stood on star constellation Immortal Venerable's side for now. Why? Because Feng Yuan wanted the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He could not do that. If so many Heaven Path Dream Realms were absorbed by Feng Yuan, he would definitely rise up. That would change the situation of the Venerables. This was something Giant Sun Immortal did not want to see. Giant Sun Immortal felt that the Celestial Court and star constellation Immortal Venerable were his greatest threats. He also wanted to stop the rise of Feng Yuan, the weakest Venerable with the greatest potential. Thus, he joined the battle. On the surface, he was helping star constellation Immortal Venerable, but in the dark, he was trying to make star constellation and Feng Yuan fight a battle of attrition. He wanted to maintain and expand his advantage over them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's choice, from his point of view, was very rational. With his help, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the situation. She suppressed Feng Yuan instead. Remote Heaven Battlefield's environment was of no help to the three Venerables. Both sides relied on their foundation and strength. In this situation, Feng Yuan was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, he was fighting one against two. Of course, this was under the condition that Feng Yuan held back most of his strength. He did not fight with his full strength. The battle of the three Venerables shook heaven and earth. The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions watched the battle nervously. Oh no, Lord Alliance Leader's situation is not good. Good. This demon Feng Yuan has such a day. To think that I, Giant Sun, Immortal Ancestor, have allied with the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court did not find trouble with me. They are quite sensible. Working together, she can easily make Giant Sun Immortal help her. Star constellation Immortal Venerable is truly the #1 person in Wisdom Path. The rank 8 Gu Immortals had a clearer understanding of the situation. Seeing that Feng Yuan was suppressed and in a pathetic state, the Eastern Sea Immortals had grim expressions, while the Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were overjoyed. They had high morale. Thunder rumbled. Killer moves collided, causing countless specks of light to shine. Feng Yuan's situation was bad, but he was calm. Even though the two Venerables worked together, they did not share the same path. They could only deal with Feng Yuan in a continuous battle. Moreover, the two Venerables were wary of each other. If one wanted to set up a battlefield, the other would not allow it. Thus, without the threat of battlefield killer moves, Feng Yuan could choose whether to fight or retreat. It was still in his hands. And most importantly, Meng Qiuzhen had already entered deep into the Heaven Path Dream Realm. He was advancing. Because the clone and the main body had the same attainment level, Feng Yuan could clearly sense that his Heaven Path attainment level was slowly rising. Thus, Feng Yuan only needed to maintain this situation. What was the use of having an advantage on the surface? It was reasonable to say that a man strives for a breath of air, and a Buddha bears an incense stick. But Feng Yuan was already past the age of fighting for pride. He was more willing to fight for benefits. If honor and benefits went against each other, Feng Yuan would not hesitate to choose the latter. This was the current situation. He could be very domineering and suppress the two Venerables, but he could not kill them, so what was the use? It would instead make them wary of him. The two Venerables would work together even more closely. Wasn't this creating more trouble for himself? As for the morale of the 5 regions, Gu Immortals, Feng Yuan did not care about that. What was the use of that? Even if Feng Yuan lost today, the 5 regions, Gu immortals could not defeat Fang Yuan. They still feared and respected Fang Yuan. As long as Fang Yuan did not die, who could Fang clan, the 2 heavens, Grotto heavens variant humans, and Eastern Seas super forces rely on? They still had to follow Fang Yuan. It was just that he felt even more uneasy and worried about his future. But what did the worries of these minor characters have to do with Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not need to care about these things. No matter what, these minor characters were only resources and tools in Fang Yuan's eyes. The Gu cultivation world focused on experts. The true trend was the competition between venerables. Even if Fang Yuan lost, as long as Meng Qiuzhen gained something, he would be the biggest winner behind the scenes. It was a victory, even if he lost. As for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal, no matter how much they beat Fang Yuan up, as long as Fang Yuan was alive and absorbed the entire Heaven Path Dream Realm, victory was no different from defeat. Fang Yuan knew this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also aware of this. Seeing that the 2 venerables could not force back Fang Yuan even after working together, he was still able to absorb the true meaning of the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly anxious. She transmitted to Giant Sun Immortal, "Giant Sun, if this continues, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable will really succeed. What are you still holding back?" Sukamijin Sun Immortal snorted coldly. "Star Constellation, are you not holding back?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a solemn expression. "I will prepare a killer move to find Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone and try to get rid of him." Giant Sun Immortal looked at her deeply and nodded. "Then I will break Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal and exert pressure on him. I will fight for an opportunity for you." Chapter 2344. Even though Giant Sun Immortal had joined the battle, he had been conserving his battle strength. He wanted to conserve his immortal essence and continue to hide his trump cards so that Star Constellation and Fang Yuan could fight against each other. But even though Fang Yuan was in a sorry state and was at a disadvantage, he was actually benefiting continuously. Giant Sun Immortal could not stand it anymore. Giant Sun was an immortal venerable. He would not be easily deceived by the situation in front of him. "Fang Yuan, take this." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly gave a low shout. He first used the move Flowing Waste Luck before using the move Accumulated Weight Return. Wasted Flowing Luck was activated very quickly. Fang Yuan could not dodge it at all. Because Giant Sun Immortal did not use this move against Fang Yuan, it was aimed at himself. Giant Sun Immortal's body was immediately shrouded in a thin golden fog. At the next moment, this golden fog mysteriously appeared on Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was shocked, but he soon understood the profundity. It turned out that after Giant Sun Immortal and Fang Yuan fought, their luck became even more intertwined. It was as if they were building a bridge, forming a close connection. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable started from there. Following the clues and tracing back to the source, this lingering waste luck found its way to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had quite a bit of luck path attainment. He immediately saw through this layer. But at the same time, his luck path attainment was far inferior to Giant Sun Immortal. Even if he saw through this profundity, he could not block this move. Waste luck lingered around Fang Yuan's body as it continued to whittle away at his luck. Fang Yuan had reverse flow protection seal to begin with. At this moment, it activated and returned wasted flowing luck. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and was overjoyed instead. He used reverse flow protection seal to make this layer of backlash return to him through the luck of both sides. Next, the killer move Accumulated Weight reflected its effect, causing the golden fog around him to become denser. The golden mist, which had become denser, returned to Fang Yuan's body through the connection of providence. After being reflected by reverse flow protection seal, Lingering wasted luck was amplified by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's accumulated gravity retraction killer move. It returned to Feng Yuan. After repeating this several times, the power of wasted luck killer move grew stronger and stronger. Feng Yuan immediately showed a solemn expression. Venerables could not be underestimated. Not only did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable think of a way to deal with Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Giant Sun Immortal also did the same. In comparison, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. She was more thorough in her targeting. She prevented Reverse Flow Protection Seal from activating. As for the Giant Sun Immortal, he didn't target it thoroughly. He took a different approach and imitated the reverse current protection seal. If the countercurrent protection seal can reflect an attack, then the Giant Sun Immortal, will also reflect it. Through the combination of the two moves, Giant Sun Immortal gained the upper hand. Because the killer move, Wasted Luck killer move, was getting stronger, even if Reverse Flow Protection Seal could reflect it, the scale of Reverse Flow River was fixed. Before both sides reached their limits, Giant Sun Immortal achieved the tactical goal of using his immortal essence to exhaust Feng Yuan's Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was indeed difficult to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal fought Feng Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack Reverse Flow Protection Seal, causing Reverse Flow River to wear him down. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was indeed hard to deal with. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fought Feng Yuan earlier, he used all sorts of attacks to attack Reverse Flow Protection Seal, causing Reverse Flow River to wear him down. Now, he was using the combination of waste luck and return from accumulated weight, which was much more effective than his previous direct attacks. Using immortal essence to exhaust secluded domains of heaven and earth was also a great advantage. After all, accumulating immortal essence was much easier and cheaper than restoring Reverse Flow River. Feng Yuan was shocked and furious. Giant Sun Immortal, I will definitely repay you for what you did today. Giant Sun Immortal looked at Feng Yuan and sighed internally. He felt that Feng Yuan was very unwise to fight for the Heaven Path Dream Realm. But Giant Sun Immortal thought about it and felt that it was understandable. After all, the Heaven Path Dream Realm is a crucial resource that can change the situation of the Venerables. If these Heaven Path Dream Realms were rank 9 Blood Path, Immortal Gu, Blood Path, or Luck Path secluded domains of heaven and earth, I might also be blinded by the benefits. It seems that Feng Yuan wants to develop in the Heaven Path aspect. Giant Sun Immortal used his hidden method to suppress Feng Yuan even more. On the other side, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also prepared her move. She activated a move that shined with boundless blue light. The light shone on the dream realm. The Heaven Path Dream Realm suddenly went crazy. Its shape kept changing. It was like a ball of dough that was being kneaded continuously. Oh no! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable actually has a method to deal with dream realms. Feng Yuan saw this, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he canceled Reverse Flow Protection Seal and only used Obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web to endure Giant Sun Immortal's 2 attacks as he charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Back to when Feng Yuan's clone Meng Qiu Zhen entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm. His vision changed. Next, he found that he had turned into a pink doll-like land spirit. Meng Qiu Zhen was not surprised. He chuckled and started to use his abilities to modify and manage this blessed land in the dream. Different from Fairy Myrtle, and in Wuxia, Meng Qiu Zhen came prepared. Since Feng Yuan took the initiative to attack, he had naturally made preparations in advance. Even though he could not use Thieving Heavenly Secret to investigate the details of the Heaven Path Dream Realm, he had a general understanding of the rules of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiu Zhen tried for a while and found out the limits of his abilities. Immortal Killer Move, Butterfly Probing Heavenly Secret, This move used Dream Path Investigative Immortal Goo Dream Butterfly as the core, and was modified from exposing Heavenly Secret. It could be used in Heaven Path Dream realms to detect the calamities and tribulations that would appear in the Heaven Path Dream realm. This move was one of Fang Yuan's preparations. After Meng Qiuzhen activated this move, he learned about the first earthly calamity. But he was not satisfied. He activated it twice and expended a lot of immortal essence to investigate the next two earthly calamities types and scales. This was different from exposing Heavenly Secret. Exposing Heavenly Secret could only detect what the next calamity or tribulation was, and the Goo cultivator could not undergo the next tribulation for too long. But Butterfly probing Heavenly Secret could only detect 3 earthly calamities at most. Of course, this number depended on the killer move's power as well as the current scale of the Heaven Path Dream realm. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen started to work on it. There was only a rocky ground in front of him. It was flat and had no signs of life. He mobilized the wind and clouds to form lightning bolts that bombarded the rocky ground. 30% of the rocky ground was blasted away. The rest was filled with cracks and ravines. Meng Qiuzhen stopped the lightning bolts and started to mobilize the Earth's power. The 30% of the rocky ground was no longer as compact as before. After a while, it started to tremble slightly. Next, the rocky ground started to tremble more intensely. Eventually, several earth trenches that reached deep into the ground were formed. After the earth trenches formed, Meng Qiuzhen mobilized the wind and clouds again, accumulating dark clouds. But this time, he did not ask for lightning bolts. He only focused on pouring rain. This blessed land in the Heaven Path Dream realm had few water path Dao marks. It was not beneficial to Meng Qiuzhen's plan. But under Meng Qiuzhen's persistent efforts, the rain accumulated more and more, eventually overflowing the earth trenches and covering the rocky ground. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen calculated the time. He had already spent a lot of time. The first earthly calamity was approaching. He activated Creation Dream, creating countless hard rock spikes out of thin air. When he created almost all of the rocky ground with spikes, the first earthly calamity descended as expected. Desolate beast calamity. A 4-armed ape charged into the blessed land. It roared and chased after Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was a land spirit, but he could not teleport. He was chased around by the 4-armed ape. Looking at the 4-armed ape chasing him and destroying countless spikes, Meng Qiuzhen did not show any fear. He smiled instead. Everything was going according to plan. After the 4-armed ape showed off its might for a while, it was covered in wounds and was bleeding profusely. This stimulated its ferocious nature. It became even more berserk. Its speed finally surpassed Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was prepared. He did not run on the ground. He entered the underground trenches instead. He was small and nimble. Even though the 4-armed ape was agile, it was like an elephant. It was always blocked outside. Even when it extended its arms into the trenches, it could not catch Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen was even calmly experiencing the land spirit's ability. To be honest, this was a rare and precious experience. Goo immortals were not land spirits. Even though they were the owners of the immortal aperture, their control over their immortal aperture was far lower than land spirits and heavenly spirits. Like Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, to understand the situation, he had to use his divine sense to cover a certain area. Only then could he find out the situation. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the obsession of the Goo immortal after they died. They were formed by the combination of the heavenly power of the immortal aperture itself. From this, it could be seen that the land spirit and heavenly spirit were one with the immortal aperture. The Goo immortal's obsession gave them spirituality. Land spirits and heavenly spirits had deep understanding and control over the immortal aperture. If Fang Yuan wanted to know the number of Dao marks, he would need to use perceivable Dao, immortal Gu, and other methods. However, it was much easier for the land spirits and sky spirits to understand. Just by observing it, it was like observing the texture of one's skin. One could know the number and distribution of Dao marks. After several days of chasing and escaping, Meng Qiuzhen did not have any injuries, but the four-armed ape was heavily injured. It died of exhaustion. After it died, Meng Qiuzhen used wind and rain to make its flesh rot. Its bones were smashed into pieces by the lightning bolts. Then he buried it, adding all of his strength path Dao marks into the blessed land. After doing all this, Meng Qiuzhen opened his small doll hand and picked up a small hard rock, crushing it with a squeeze. Meng Qiuzhen nodded with a joyful expression. Land spirit's strength was closely related to the heavenly power of heaven and earth. But where was the foundation of the heavenly power? It was the Dao marks in the immortal aperture. After passing the desolate beast earthly calamity of the four-armed ape, the strength path Dao marks in the blessed land increased sharply. Meng Qiuzhen's strength increased greatly. Originally, he could not crush these rocks, but now he could. Crushing the rocks was just a small test. Next, Meng Qiuzhen used his strength to create waves on the water surface. Chapter 23:45. The waves continued to crash on the rocky ground, destroying all the rocks and earth spikes. The rocky earth trench was already submerged in water. The underwater force was surging and colliding continuously, widening the earth trench. Kacha, kacha, kacha sounds resounded throughout the blessed land. The originally intact stone ground, under the continuous flow of water, was being split apart. The scattered rocky ground formed 5 large rocky islands and dozens of small rocky islands. After this step was completed, Meng Qiuzhen let out a breath of air, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was not easy to reach this step. Initially, this dream realm blessed land had the most earth path Dao marks. The remaining water path, wind path, lightning path, and other Dao marks were few. The difference between the former and latter was huge, causing the rocky ground to condense into one and be hard to split apart. The pros and cons of the rocky ground were obvious. It could produce stone materials and produce ores. It was good for the reproduction of rockmen, but it was not good for the growth of vegetation. The blessed land's terrain itself was not a bad thing. However, when Meng Qiuzhen investigated the 3 earthly calamities, he found that the first was the strength path calamity, the four-armed ape, the second was the fire path calamity, the third was the transformation path calamity, the flying fly tribulation. Meng Qiuzhen knew that this dream realm blessed land's calamities were not mainly earth path. Using earth path as the direction did not have much future. Meng Qiuzhen immediately decided to modify the terrain. After Gu masters advanced to immortal, very few would change the terrain of their immortal aperture first. This step was not easy. Thankfully, this was a dream realm, and Meng Qiuzhen had the power of an earth spirit. He first tried to break apart the intact rocky ground, but because he lacked strength path Dao marks, he could not do it fully. Next, he used a dream creation method to create earth spikes, using the earth trench's cave to kill the four-armed ape. This step was very difficult. Without the dream creation method, Meng Qiuzhen would not have earth spikes, and the four-armed ape would be able to last for a long time. He would have to wait until it starved to death, and the blessed land would slowly digest it before he could obtain strength path Dao marks. Using the earth spikes, Meng Qiuzhen quickly killed the four-armed ape, but because of conflicting Dao marks, the blessed land could only absorb most of the strength path Dao marks. Thankfully, this portion of strength path Dao marks was enough. Meng Qiuzhen successfully split the intact rocky ground. Next was the detailed work. Meng Qiuzhen chose a large island and started to crush the rocky ground around the island, forming large amounts of rubble. It was a tough job. It was better to first accumulate the thunderclouds and release the thunderbolts to bombard them. After the bombardment, he would use the strong winds and waves to wash them away. With the strength path Tao marks, the violent winds and waves were much stronger than before, but when used to crush rocks, the efficiency was not high. It took a lot of effort, but the results were not much. In fact, there were many good methods, such as using fire to roast the rock and then pouring water on it. That way, the hard rock would break into pieces more easily. But the dream realm blessed land did not have fire path Tao marks. This made Meng Qiu-zhen very vexed. What he was doing now was like cutting a tree trunk with a knife. The tool was not the right one. After grinding like this for many days, there were crushed stones around the island. These crushed stones were ground by wind and water, becoming very small and smooth, like miniature pebbles. After completing the first island, Meng Qiu-zhen went to the second island and continued his work. Between the islands was a sea of rainwater. Come to be honest, it couldn't be considered a sea. At most, it could be considered a large lake. Normally, Meng Qiu-zhen could not be bothered to create waves. The water surface was as smooth as a mirror. Only when he crushed the rocks or walked on water would he take the initiative to stir up a storm. This dream realm blessed land did not have space path Tao marks. The space was not big. Meng Qiu-zhen could not teleport as a land spirit. Time passed quickly as the small islands were remodeled. When Meng Qiu-zhen finished remodeling all the large islands and 7 or 8 small islands, the fire path tribulation arrived. A torrential rain of fire rained down. Every drop of fire was the size of a wash basin. When the rain of fire rained down, there was a grand aura. Many of the fire rain smashed onto the stone islands, burning the stone ground or the crushed stones. Some of the small pebbles melted. The stones turned into lava that slowly but firmly flowed to the bottom of the water. Over time, the rocky island, which was originally tall and steep, quickly changed its landscape under the ravaging of the rain of fire. The surroundings of the stone islands sank. The edges reached deep into the water. The middle was level with the water surface, while the back was slightly above the lake surface, forming a beach made of crushed stones. Most of the fire rain fell into the water. Water and fire stimulated each other to form a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor flew up and gradually formed a thick layer of water clouds that covered the entire blessed land. Meng Qiu-zhen hid underground. The earth path Tao marks were dense. He had the ability to escape underground as a land spirit. He allowed the fire rain to wreak havoc, occasionally taking care of the stone islands. The torrential fire rain, tribulation, lasted for a long time before dissipating. Meng Qiu-zhen returned to the surface and immediately sensed that the air temperature had risen by several times. It was hot and humid. The entire sky above the blessed land was covered in thick clouds. Just now, there had been a huge rain of fire. It was as if someone had started a stove under the blanket. How could it not be hot? Meng Qiu-zhen used wind power to blow away the clouds. It felt much better. But soon, water vapor started to gather in the sky again, forming thin clouds. After a period of time, it was likely that the thick clouds would form again. Meng Qiu-zhen immediately understood. The fire path earthly calamity earlier brought about too many fire path Tao marks. He needed to restrain most of the fire path Tao marks. He could not let them interfere with the previous situation. If there were a large number of light path Tao marks, I could gather most of the fire path Tao marks and create an artificial sun in the sky of this blessed land. Meng Qiu-zhen felt it was a pity. Even though this dream realm blessed land had light path Tao marks, they were few in scale. Thus, the blessed land had always been dark. Since the sun plan did not work, Meng Qiu-zhen had other ideas. Immediately, he activated Create Dream Killer move After more than 10 steps, he gathered a large number of fire path Tao marks at the base of the main island. The fire path Tao marks were restrained by the even denser earth path Tao marks, forming magma inside the main island. Outside the stone island, because the number of fire path Tao marks decreased, the temperature fell rapidly. There were only a few thin clouds floating in the sky. There were no longer any problems. Even though there is no artificial sun and there is no heat with magma, it is like geothermal heat. I can still use it. Meng Qiuzhen only needed to use the strength path Tao marks to erupt with firepower, turning the main island into an active volcano that would erupt with air currents and loud explosions, followed by magma and volcanic ash. At this moment, Meng Qiuzhen's heart shook. He had a realization. My blessed land has no chi path Tao marks or sound path Tao marks, but when a volcano erupts, air currents can erupt and thunder can erupt. Earlier, when the fire rain hit the water, it created a layer of water vapor. I do not have any cloud path Tao marks here. This is probably the source of the imitation of paths. Gu cultivators usually cultivated one path. After reaching a certain level, the Gu Immortals' methods would be able to imitate the power of other paths, creating an overall balance. For example, would Path Killer move Fleeting Bloom could imitate the power of Time Path. For example, Bai Xiang was an Ice and Snow Path Killer move, but it had the power of Transformation Path. For example, Tossing Rock to Seek Path Killer move was an Earth Path Killer move, but it had the effect of Information Path. After comprehending this, a portion of the dream realm's true meaning was absorbed by him. Meng Qiuzhen's Heaven Path attainment level rose a little. His main body and other clones also advanced together. Meng Qiuzhen recalled himself and found that even though he became a land spirit, he could not completely control the Tao marks of every path. Even though the land spirit could control the heavenly power of heaven and earth, it was only a portion of the immortal aperture's foundation. For example, Meng Qiuzhen's painstaking effort to crush the rocks was essentially a lump of condensed earth path Tao marks, continuously scattering them. If Meng Qiuzhen had complete control over earth path Tao marks, he could turn the rocks into sand with just a thought and scatter them with the wind. The land spirit could control the heavenly power of heaven and earth, but it was only at the most superficial level. Moreover, he had to follow the rules if he wanted to crush rocks. He had to use wind power, water power, and so on. Then how could he increase this level of usage? To be more specific, how could he turn a solid stone into flying sand? Meng Qiuzhen quickly thought of turning sand goo. This goo worm could turn soil and rocks into fine sand. He thought of all sorts of killer moves. There were fire path, water path, refinement path, and poison path. All of them could turn rocks into fine sand. At once, Meng Qiuzhen's perception of killer moves and goo worms was different. There were some things that he could not explain clearly. These things were accumulated in his mind. They were still far from the previous comprehension. Only by comprehending them completely could his heaven path attainment level rise. The heaven path dream realm was different from the previous dream realms. To absorb the true meaning of the heaven path dream realm, while developing the dream realm blessed land, one had to comprehend the true meaning of the operation of heaven and earth. This was difficult. The human path dream realm that Fang Yuan explored earlier, as long as he explored it to a certain extent, his attainment level would rise. The exploration of the heaven path dream realm was only to maintain close contact with the heaven path true meaning. To raise one's attainment level, one had to comprehend it. After all, this is a heaven path dream realm. It is separated from the human body. Meng Qiuzhen thought about it, when suddenly the world turned upside down. The entire blessed land shook intensely. The lake water was overturned. The rock islands were flying and colliding. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. The dream realm suddenly became chaotic. He felt a huge pressure. Meng Qiu-shun quickly activated dream armor to protect himself. Thankfully, the dream realm only lasted for a moment before it stopped. Meng Qiu-shun's face was pale. He was glad that he had dream armor goo and chose to explore the heaven path dream realm of a medium scale. He was not greedy. If not for that, he would have died in that calamity earlier. This is not a transformation of the heaven path dream realm. It is the power of the outside world. It is likely a venerable's doing. Meng Qiu-shun guessed in his mind. He looked at the chaotic scene of the blessed land and smiled bitterly. All the hard work he had put in previously had been for naught. If this happens a few more times, I won't be able to explore anymore. The calamity shell is getting stronger and stronger. Sigh, I hope the main body can protect me. Chapter 2346. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move was called Chaotic Will Scatter Dream. It was a Wisdom Path killer move, but a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo were used to imitate the power of Dream Path. It could affect dream realms. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had deduced this move to deal with Feng Yuan's dream realm methods. Feng Yuan had once used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate and create dream realms to fight, but most methods in the world were ineffective against dream realms. Feng Yuan succeeded time and time again. Next, when Feng Yuan wanted to retract these dream realms, he would use pure dream reality seeker transformation to turn the dream realms into pure dream body clones and bring them away. But this situation did not hold true under the killer move Chaotic Will Scattering Dream. Chaotic Will Scatter Dream's Dream Path Mortal Goo was only a key. The true method was Wisdom Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Wisdom Path methods to interfere with the wills and emotions contained in the dream realms, causing them to become chaotic. Be it the previous Human Path Dream Realm or the current Heaven Path Dream Realm, they both contained human feelings or providence. When these wills and emotions became chaotic, the dream realms, especially the orderly ones, would lose their order and become chaotic. Goo cultivators who explored the dream realms would suffer from this. They would be like fish that entered water but ended up burning. Once a pure dream reality seeker physique body was hit by this move, their stable human body would turn into a dream realm again. The human will, human feelings, and so on would be mixed with the dream realms. They would not be able to think clearly. For people like Meng Qiu-shun, whose body and soul were in the dream realm, as time passed, the chaotic dream realms would tear them to shreds. Thankfully, Feng Yuan's main body intercepted her in time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to stop this move. Meng Qiu-shun escaped danger. As for the hard work he had put into transforming the blessed dreamlands, it was already a minor detail. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated while avoiding Feng Yuan's attacks. She observed the Heaven Path Dream Realm. When she saw that the Heaven Path Dream Realm that devoured Meng Qiu-shun returned to normal without any other changes, she knew that Meng Qiu-shun was still alive. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. She deduced that this chaotic will scatter dream was already the limit of her abilities. It was mainly the dream Tao that restricted her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream path attainment level was almost blank. She did not have immortal goo and only used a large number of dream path mortal goo. He relied entirely on his terrifying Wisdom Path Foundation to forcibly raise his killer move to rank 8. She wanted to do more, but she was powerless. Therefore, she could not rescue Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxia, who were trapped in the Heavenly Axiom's dreamland. At most, she could use this technique to kill them. However, Fairy Myrtle needed a living soul clone, so killing him was pointless. She might be able to kill Meng Qiu-shun, but chaotic will scattering dream needed to be used continuously. If Feng Yuan interfered with her, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would suffer a backlash. It would be very dangerous. Fang Yuan's main body continued to attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's move made him nervous. He could only watch closely and try not to give Star Constellation Immortal Venerable any more chances to activate it. The giant sun Immortal attacked furiously from the side. Fang Yuan's main focus was on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, facing Giant Sun's attacks. He could only try to dodge. Giant Sun Immortal was aggressive and had rich battle experience. He did not let Fang Yuan succeed. Most of the attacks landed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan originally had reverse flow protection seal, but Giant Sun Immortal's lingering luck waste killer move was too annoying. He canceled this move and used Heavenly Web to block it. This was a true rank 9 killer move. After being amplified by Fang Yuan's Heaven Path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were all ineffective. No matter how mystical or powerful Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were, they were like illusions when they hit Fang Yuan. They did not exist at all. What kind of defensive method is this? The more Giant Sun Immortal fought, the more shocked he became. Even his face was twitching. The tighter Fang Yuan's defenses were, the more Giant Sun Immortal wanted to see through him. But obscured Heavenly Secret and Heavenly Web were connected. Giant Sun Immortal's investigative methods were also defeated by obscured Heavenly Secret. Giant Sun Immortal could not see through it. Star Constellation Immortal was the same. The two venerables became more suspicious as they fought. Fang Yuan guarded against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while transmitting his voice to Giant Sun Immortal, urging him to turn around and target Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He emphasized the strength of the Celestial Court. He even promised that if Giant Sun Immortal chose to do so, Fang Yuan would develop more Blood Path Immortal goo and research results and trade them to Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable immediately felt better. Fang Yuan made such a huge concession. It was likely that he could not hold on for much longer. But his attacks became stronger. He transmitted, "Fang Yuan, you are too humble. You are probably the strongest of the 3 venerables. Let's not talk about anything else. Just this defensive technique of yours is something we can't even imagine." Fang Yuan quickly said, "This is a killer move that uses the secluded domain of heaven and earth, city well as the core. Giant Sun does not have any rank 9 killer moves now. How can you break it? Since you can't, why make things difficult for me? And let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gain the most benefits." Giant Sun Immortal slowed down his attacks. But he was thinking, Fang Yuan is trying his best to persuade me. He is trying to be humble, but I am afraid he is really at his limit. He has the least immortal essence. These killer moves are very powerful. How can he not expend immortal essence? I need to slow down my attacks and let him take a breather. I need to maintain the current situation and let him exhaust Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. As for Heaven Path Dream Realms, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable almost succeeded earlier. How can Fang Yuan obtain so many Heaven Path Dream Realms in such a short period of time? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw that Giant Sun Immortal slowed down his attacks and felt something amiss. She scolded Giant Sun for his craftiness. She transmitted to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told Giant Sun that attainment levels were the hardest to raise. Since Fang Yuan wanted to develop in Heaven Path, these Heaven Path attainment levels would be of great help to him. How can we let him achieve his goal? Giant Sun Immortal said perfunctorily. The 3 venerables were in a deadlock for a while. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to persuade, finally saying, "Giant Sun, look at Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. He has many disadvantages now, but he is already at a draw with us. If he has enough immortal essence in the future, what will happen?" Giant Sun Immortal sighed, replying, "I agree with Star Constellation's words." But saying so, he sighed again. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids twitched. She knew that if she wanted Giant Sun Immortal to make a move, she needed to show some benefits. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not hesitate. She immediately used Jewel Yellow Skies to transact many of her blood path research results to Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal obtained the benefits. He put in more effort to attack Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. He knew that the strength he displayed was already close to the two Venerables' limit. If he exceeded it, the two Venerables' cooperation would become even stronger. The losses would outweigh the gains. Immediately, Feng Yuan shouted, "You forced me to do this!" Before he finished speaking, he activated a killer move, turning into a spiral rainbow that pierced through the battlefield. The two Venerables were stunned. Their expressions changed as they understood Feng Yuan's sinister intentions. They quickly blocked the spiral rainbow. The two Venerables lacked tacit understanding. They attacked at the same time, releasing Feng Yuan's space. Feng Yuan was not affected by the enemy's attacks. He immediately retreated. After pulling some distance from the two Venerables, he activated his killer move again and flew out of the battlefield. The two Venerables had no choice but to block him. This time, they communicated using voice transmissions. They did not show any openings like before. But this way, Feng Yuan had the initiative instead. The two Venerables could not help but feel frustrated because Feng Yuan's attacks were targeted at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Right now, the three Venerables were fighting, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not go berserk. It was a good thing for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan had sinister intentions. He wanted to anger this Venerable and lure him over, creating a chaotic scene that would allow him to take advantage of the situation. This battle continued for a while. The two Venerables would definitely lose if they defended for too long. Eventually, Feng Yuan managed to hit Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's consciousness had dissipated. He was more like a soul beast than a Venerable. After being provoked, he immediately charged towards the battlefield of the three Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to fight. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not care who they were. As long as they were in front of him, he would take care of them. During this period of time, his strength had risen greatly. He was no longer in his weakened state. The three Venerables fought Spectral Soul even more carefully than before. Spectral Soul's moves were vast and fierce. He even used killer moves from time to time. The three Venerables did not want to provoke this lunatic. They had to fight each other again. The battlefield was chaotic. The chaotic battlefield was most beneficial to Feng Yuan. He finally had time to rest. If the situation had continued, his obscured heaven's secrets wouldn't have been able to hold out. Immediately, taking advantage of the chaos, Feng Yuan secretly activated two obscured heavenly secret killer moves. His aura was concealed as he replenished himself. With Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan, she finally grasped the opportunity to lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable into the group of Heaven Path Dream Realms. But the Heavenly Path Dream Realm did not clash with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan failed. The four Venerables entered the Heaven Path Dream Realm group. As long as it did not involve Dream Path, the Venerable killer moves could not harm the Heaven Path Dream Realm. The Heaven Path Dream Realms did not attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They attacked the other three Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable worked together to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan wanted to attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and exert pressure to prevent her from harming his clone, Meng Qiuzhan. As for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, no matter who he was, he had to be killed. The Heavenly Dao Dreamland was no exception. It was just that his attacks were ineffective. After this chaotic scene lasted for several minutes, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gradually gained the upper hand. She was a wisdom path gu immortal. She was skilled in scheming. The chaotic scene meant that she had to make more calculations. As she got used to it and understood the relationship between them, she could make use of the surrounding environment and become more composed. After realizing that star constellation Immortal Venerable was using the surrounding Heavenly Tao Dreamlands, Giant Sun Immortal, or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to block him, Fang Yuan knew that it was time to use another trump card. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Ghost Concealment. At the next moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable ignored Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan passed through Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms openly, quickly arriving in front of star constellation Immortal Venerable. This ruthless killer move caused star constellation Immortal Venerable, who was caught off guard, to suffer a loss. Fang Yuan, well done, Fang Yuan. So that's it. Chapter 2347. Among the many modified killer moves, Heavenly Ghost Concealment was the first to be completed. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment killer move was countered. Fang Yuan had the idea of modifying ghostly concealment. After that, Fang Yuan's heaven path attainment level rose rapidly, and with the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret, he modified ghostly concealment into Heavenly Ghost Concealment. Ghostly concealment was rank 9 to begin with. It had not been modified much, but after adding in the Heaven Path Goo Worms, the method to deal with ghostly concealment immediately became ineffective. At this moment, Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of translucent black armor. On his face was a pale white skull mask. This was the sign of Heavenly Ghost Concealment, different from obscured Heavenly Secret. Heavenly Ghost Concealment had a strong aura, but in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes, it was completely invisible. Giant Sun Immortal used many methods, but none of them had any effect on Fang Yuan's Heavenly Ghost Concealment. This is a Heaven Path method. This shows Fang Yuan's talent and attainment in this aspect. Giant Sun, are you going to watch Fang Yuan obtain these Heaven Path Dream Realms and become even more powerful? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to persuade Giant Sun, increasing his wariness towards Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. Fang Yuan cultivates all paths. Once he succeeds in Heaven Path cultivation, he will form a mystical connection with other paths. The results will be unpredictable. He was moved by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. His attacks against Fang Yuan became fiercer. Even so, Fang Yuan's situation was much better now. He fought around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but his main target was still Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move, 7 Kills Rainbow. This compound killer move was frequently used by Fang Yuan to disrupt Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to use Chaotic while scattering Dream many times, but she was chased by Fang Yuan just as she was about to activate it. Sometimes, he would have to stop after just a short while to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal attacked Fang Yuan got close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and circled around, making Spectral Soul Demon Venerable take the brunt of the attacks. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked. He became even more furious. He unleashed a torrent of attacks. He treated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal as a thorn in his side. He ignored Fang Yuan, who was making use of him. After a long stalemate, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decisively changed her strategy. She asked Giant Sun Immortal to guard her and fight for opportunities to use her killer move. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. As the intensity of the battle deepened, the two Venerable Ones joined forces even more closely. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he pounced. His countless arms were like black pillars as they slammed towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal shouted as he blocked in front of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. A vast golden fog covered most of the battlefield. Spectral soul demon Venerable's countless arms slammed into the golden fog. His ferocious ghostly claws scratched everywhere in the golden fog. The golden fog dissipated, but was quickly replenished. Spectral soul demon Venerable was not in a clear state of mind. He should use a killer move now to have a chance of breaking the defense. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew this. Even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used a killer move, it might not be the right choice. Fang Yuan sighed. He had no choice but to attack again. He used another trump card. Immortal Killer Move, Permetha Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Detonation Wind. Fang Yuan pointed at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cried out in pain. 100 thick black arms twisted and turned into dragons and snakes, breathing out dust and thick fog before exploding. Countless wind blades swept out, blowing away Giant Sun Immortal's golden fog. Giant Sun Immortal coughed out a mouthful of blood. His defensive method was broken. He suffered a backlash. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also affected. The chaotic while scattering dream that she had activated for a few breaths of time was forced to stop. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared furiously as he attacked the two Venerables. Because Fang Yuan was covered in heavenly ghost concealment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was heavily injured. He thought that it was the work of the two Venerables. A new killer move. This aura. The core is definitely the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Luo Pa Valley. Giant Sun Immortal placed his hand on his chest, healing his injuries as he retreated, evading Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws. How many killer moves of this level has he deduced? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. Her eyes flickered with starlight. She wanted to see through Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan still had obscured heavenly secret on him. She could not see through it. After using this move, Fang Yuan immediately became exhausted. He did not attack anymore. He looked like he had expended a lot of energy. The reason why he did not use Year's shocking dream wave soul sound anymore was because he had already given rank 7 dream armor immortal goo to Meng Qiuzhen. The killer move Hurricane Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind he was using now was not inferior. But because it was a compound killer move, there were many paths and goo worms involved. Fang Yuan's thoughts were quickly depleted. After all, he was currently maintaining Heavenly Web and Heavenly Ghost Concealment, these two killer moves. Thankfully, after activating rank 9 obscured Heavenly Secret, he did not need to expend mental energy to maintain them. One of the disadvantages of compound killer moves was that they expended too many thoughts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made some adjustments, but still failed. Meng Qiuzhen continued to explore dream realms, bringing endless benefits to Fang Yuan's main body. Even though Fang Yuan's attacking frequency fell, he used Hurricane Dragon Snake Dust Fog Soul Bursting Wind to force the two Venerables into a disadvantage. Spectral Heaven had just formed. The heavenly wind chi wall was not thick and there were no obstructions. It was easy for the 5 regions Gu Immortals to watch the battle. Seeing that Fang Yuan had the upper hand, Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were shocked and worried. Some scolded Fang Yuan for being shameless, some prayed for the righteous path, while some had pale expressions due to the demonic might. As for the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, they were overjoyed. Damn it, if my Blood Sea was successful, I would have such a powerful Blood Path killer move. Why would I be afraid of Fang Yuan's methods? Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth. The suppressed emotions in his heart had reached the limit. He finally used his full strength. Luck Path killer move. All living beings of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal activated this move, forming a huge pillar of light. The pillar of light was golden and dazzling. It stood in the sky. It was extremely thick and tall. Giant Sun Immortal was inside the golden pillar of light. His arms and legs were spread out. He was in a posture. His hair fluttered in the wind. He screamed continuously. His expression was twisted and his veins were bulging. He seemed to be in great pain. During the activation of the killer move, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were all obstructed by the golden pillar of light. Fang Yuan tried to attack, but found that every time he attacked the golden pillar of light, his luck would be shaken. There were strong signs of it being absorbed by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan thus stopped wisely. Giant Sun Immortal, what did you do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression was ugly. Giant Sun Immortal's move had immense power. Even she was affected. The golden pillar of light lasted for a short 9 breaths of time before it stopped and dissipated. Giant Sun Immortal's body was covered in a layer of golden light. His muscles bulged, and his golden hair danced in the wind. His entire body had expanded by a size. His gaze swept towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. His gaze was so sharp that even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but squint. Giant Sun Immortal grinned. Star Constellation, don't blame me. This move has a huge range. It covers the whole 5 regions. You cannot avoid it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared as he raised a terrifying black fog that covered the sky. Giant Sun Immortal roared as he puffed his cheeks and blew, forming a boundless tornado. The tornado swept everything. The black fog revealed hundreds and thousands of tadpole-tailed soul balls. The soul balls exploded around Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal snorted in disdain. That layer of golden light allowed him to remain unharmed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's countless arms attacked. Giant Sun Immortal used his fists and legs to clash. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's ghostly claws and black arms were like eggs smashing into rocks. After the clash, countless golden lights entered the black arms and shot out, causing the black arms to explode. Giant Sun Immortal started to counterattack. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was immediately suppressed. No matter how he resisted, Giant Sun Immortal's attacks were even more merciless. Fang Yuan fought with Giant Sun Immortal. He found that be it offense, defense, movement, or healing, they were all strengthened in all aspects. Fang Yuan was also suppressed. He gradually realized something. This move is likely to forcefully extract external luck and use it on himself. But how big is the range of this killer move? Earlier, Giant Sun Immortal communicated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable using voice transmission. Fang Yuan did not know that this move had an incredibly huge range. It directly covered the 5 regions. This move had an even more profound effect. It affected the luck of heaven and earth and all living beings, causing all of their luck to be affected and move around Giant Sun Immortal intensely. The killer move was named All Living Beings of Heaven and Earth. It was truly worthy of its name. Fang Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot and Slow Heavenly Web. His luck was not affected by this move. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Luck Path defensive method was seen through by Giant Sun Immortal. It was useless. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not show any signs of it. After all, the urgent matter now was to deal with Fang Yuan and kill Meng Qiuzhen. After activating all living beings of heaven and earth, Giant Sun Immortal's luck grew to a terrifying scale. Together with his combat system, his strength was amplified to a terrifying extent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his mind. After struggling for a while, he showed clear signs of defeat. Fang Yuan did not have a good time either, but he still had to focus on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Actually, Giant Sun Immortal's strength was not the main point. As long as there was no battlefield killer move restraining him, Fang Yuan could advance or retreat freely. In Fang Yuan's opinion, the main point was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable without transmitting his voice. Star Constellation, you have a good plan. You let Giant Sun and I expend our immortal essence while you stall for time. Can you really destroy my Dream Path clone with this method? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled coldly. Fang Yuan, Since you have such a plan, why don't you let me try again? Fang Yuan replied calmly. Star constellation, you are more skillful. You predicted that I would not dare to take the risk. In that case, I will have to use other methods. Star constellation immortal venerable and giant sun immortal became vigilant. Since the start of the battle, Fang Yuan's killer moves had been very shocking, especially his defensive methods. Even the two venerables could not see through them. But even after the two venerables paid attention for some time, they did not see Fang Yuan revealing any more methods. Star constellation immortal venerable smiled. Fang Yuan, simply threatening is not a good method. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I have already used this method. Speaking of which, star constellation's starry sky calculation formation is grand and profound. It is truly mystical. It is a pity that it was constructed in a hurry and is about to be destroyed in a hurry. Star constellation immortal venerable frowned. At the same time, central continent, outside the starry sky calculation formation, Chi-Si ancestor slowly appeared. Rumble, a Chi path killer move was activated. At the next moment, heaven and earth shook. Chi surged as if it was boundless, pressing down on the starry sky calculation formation. According to the management's understanding, as long as they complete the daily missions, they would gain a lot of battle strength. Chapter 23:48. Ever since the sun had been destroyed, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had sunk into darkness. Spectral soul demon, Venerable, who was burning with blue, eerie fire, could never replace the sun, because what he gave to all living beings in the world was not vitality and warmth, but coldness and killing intent. Under the dark curtain, the countless stars shining in the sky above Zhongzhou State became the comfort of mortals. But now, even these dazzling and resplendent starlight had been brutally murdered. The airflow surged, vast and majestic, drowning out the myriad of starlight. Chi-Si ancestor's sleeves fluttered. He had an indifferent expression as he flew horizontally, continuing to press forward. Previously, when Fang Yuan mobilized the troops, he was one of Fang Yuan's arrangements. Now that he received the main body's notification, he immediately acted. It was noisy inside the starry sky actuarial array. There were many Gu immortals guarding this place, because the starry sky calculation formation's offense and defense were weak. Star constellation immortal venerable arranged many Gu immortals here. Star constellation immortal venerable also knew that the starry sky calculation formation, which had only been constructed for a short period of time, would become the target of other venerables. It was currently the weakness of the celestial court. Therefore, she also left the embroidered tower and the constellation chessboard in this array. Chi-Si ancestor appeared in the northeast direction. With one move, he destroyed 3,871 stars. Urgent report. Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone of the enslavement path appeared in the northwest. Wu Shuai, 2,664 stars were destroyed. Star constellation's will in the embroidered building was about to give the order, but suddenly the whole formation space shook violently. Next, the investigating Gu immortal shouted in a sharp tone, revealing a panicked expression. Jean Budu has appeared. He's attacking from the south, and he's heading straight for me. Jean Budu? Star constellations will immediately mobilized her thoughts and looked through the starry sky calculation array. She saw a radiant youth wearing a huge, bright red cloak. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, or a mad dragon descending to the world, exploding the air and causing a rumbling sound as he charged over. Star constellations will side. Fang Yuan could revive Gu immortals. They had already obtained clues from Fang clan. The resurrection of Jean Budu did not surprise the will of the constellation. However, the situation before her left her in a difficult position. Chi-Si ancestor and Jean Budu had pseudo-venerable battle strength, while Wu Shuai was a peak rank 8 expert. On this level, the Celestial Court lacked elite experts who could face them head-on. Qin Chou could be counted as one, but right now, it had to protect the God Emperor's city. In terms of strategic significance, the Divine Emperor's city was even more important than the Starry Sky calculation array. As for Qin Dingling, Che Wei, and the rest, they were also rank 8s, but they were clearly inferior to Qi Si and Zhan Budu. Fang Yuan can revive Gu immortals and preserve their cultivation level. Where are the variant human rank 8s among his subordinates hiding now? The situation was unclear, so the star constellations will decided to fight conservatively. It would focus on protecting the sky full of stars calculation array and not rashly counterattack. Star constellation Immortal Venerables will personally control the starry sky calculation formation, starlight shone brightly and dazzlingly. Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai had to close their eyes and use investigative killer moves. Only Zhan Budu was thick-skinned. He opened his eyes wide and had no qualms about it. The starlight quickly dimmed. Qi Si Ancestor, Wu Shuai, and Zhan Budu's vision changed. They were in the middle of a huge chessboard. This is Star Constellation Chessboard. Humph! This sky full of stars calculation array can actually make use of Star Constellation Chessboard. Not just that, Embroidered Tower might be helping it as well. Fang Yuan's 3 clones conversed while attacking fiercely again. After a series of explosions, the sky full of stars calculation array shook intensely, but it barely managed to hold on. It was all thanks to Embroidered Tower and Star Constellation Chessboard. Oh no, if the situation falls into a stalemate, how can the main body exert pressure on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body? Qi Si Ancestor's heart sank. The other 2 immortals knew that something was amiss. They attacked even more fiercely. Spectral Heaven. The fight between the 4 venerables continued. Fang Yuan's clones attacked, but they were blocked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerables arrangements. But Fang Yuan's situation was turning for the better. Earlier, he was in a difficult situation because Giant Sun Immortal used his full strength. Now, his situation was turning for the better because of Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal's battle strength continued to fall. It turned out that even though all living beings' world, self-centered, was strong, it forcefully absorbed external luck. It was like water without a source. The more it was used, the lesser it became. Not just that. When this move's effect completely disappeared, Giant Sun Immortal's luck would fall into a weakened state. It would only recover after a period of time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already learned of the attack on the sky full of stars calculation array, but she could not return to help immediately. Once she did, she would fall into Fang Yuan's trap. By then, would Giant Sun Immortal be left alone to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fang Yuan's alliance? Would Giant Sun Immortal be willing to do that? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only cared about Celestial Court's benefits. This would definitely cast a shadow over the alliance of the 2 venerables. After all, Giant Sun was not a venerable of Celestial Court. He was not on the same side as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was only because of the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even suspected that if she returned to Central Continent, Fang Yuan might pursue her relentlessly. In any case, among the venerables, only Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could pose a threat to Meng Qiuzhen. Fang Yuan dragged the battlefield to Central Continent. It was disadvantageous to Celestial Court. While Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed at Fang Yuan's craftiness, he could see through people's intentions and chose the perfect time to attack. She had to resist Fang Yuan's constant interference. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also tried to use other killer moves against Fang Yuan. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was strong, he lacked intelligence. He was only a problem. Fang Yuan was the key. He was the biggest threat. But star constellation Immortal Venerable's repeated attempts had no effect. Feng Yuan used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cover. It was a shallow tactic, but had great effect. The four venerables fought for some time. Seeing that all beings in the world were about to weaken, Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to use this move again. For a time, the golden pillar of light appeared once more. It lay across the heavens and the earth, and it was grand and resplendent to the extreme. Giant Sun Immortal's luck was strengthened again. His battle strength rose again. All beings in the world could be used continuously, but the backlash would become stronger. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal was in a difficult situation. His entire combat system was built on his positive luck. If his luck weakened, his battle strength would fall. Giant Sun Immortal naturally did not want to expose the weakness of all beings in the world the first time he used it. Feng Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal was raring to go again. He wisely retreated, using Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a barrier to avoid the attack. Giant Sun Immortal saw Feng Yuan's actions and gritted his teeth in hatred. He knew that if he did not take any measures, the situation would repeat itself. Thus he immediately used a trump card. Luck Path Killer Move. Myriad things have flying yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's body flickered with golden light. The golden light was restrained as it slowly rose above his head, turning into an orange-yellow pill jade. The pill jade was extremely powerful. Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt waves of fear. Next, Giant Sun Immortal gave a low growl. He raised his head and slammed his head towards the orange-yellow pill jade. The orange-yellow pill jade was sent flying towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal's luck that had risen earlier had mostly collapsed because of this move. It almost returned to normal. He knew that this move was powerful. He could not deduce the profundity of this move. He did not take it head-on. He hid behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no qualms. He swept his arm and slammed with his ghostly claw, sending the orange-yellow pill jade flying far away. The orange-yellow pill jade fell down from spectral heaven like a rubber ball. Seeing this, Feng Yuan and Star Constellation were slightly stunned. Giant Sun Immortal's move was extremely powerful. To think that it would be suppressed so easily, Giant Sun, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted. Giant Sun Immortal smiled confidently. Star Constellation, watch carefully. This move is extraordinary. It is the culmination of my own luck, the luck of all living beings, and the luck of heaven and earth. It is no longer limited to the concept of offense and defense. It can make use of the variables of heaven and earth and all living beings to create a stupefying battle result. It's just that this move requires a period of time to manifest its power. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heard this and immediately asked the crucial question, how long will it take to see the result? Giant Sun Immortal's expression froze. The time is uncertain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal said again, this move has already been used. No need to worry. Star Constellation, why aren't you attacking Feng Yuan with me? Saying so, he charged at Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took a glance at the orange-yellow pill jade before cooperating with Giant Sun Immortal to circle around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attack Feng Yuan. The orange-yellow pill jade flew down and encountered a soul beast army. After piercing hundreds of soul beasts, its aura fell by 10%. Its direction also changed slightly. It continued to descend, piercing the heavenly wind chi wall. Its aura fell by another 10%. After reaching the sky of Central Continent, it shot straight into the star array formation. Star Constellations was controlling Star Constellation chessboard and the star array formation to deal with Feng Yuan's 3 clones. While the two sides were in a deadlock, suddenly an orange-yellow luck path killer move that looked like an egg squeezed into the huge chessboard with star paths. What is this? Qi ancestor, and the rest became alert. Oh no! Star constellations Will's expression changed. It turned out that be the star array formation or star constellation chessboard, they were wisdom path methods. They were intricate and complicated. But the orange-yellow pill jade was a great achievement in luck path. It was a huge variable. The orange-yellow pill jade entered star constellation chessboard and immediately interfered with the entire battlefield. It absorbed and repelled star constellations Will's arrangements, making everything even more chaotic. Star constellations Will quickly made arrangements to suppress this variable and maintain the battlefield, but she could not help but expose a flaw. Fang Yuan's 3 clones were overjoyed. They immediately used this chance to attack the flaw. A moment later, with a loud sound, Fang Yuan's clones' vision changed. They returned to Central Continent's sky. A small part of star constellation chessboard was destroyed. Star constellation Immortal Venerables Will quickly stored it in embroidered tower. Chapter 2349. Remote Heaven Battlefield. Swoosh! The 7 Killings rainbow arrived. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's body flickered with starlight as she successfully dodged it. She was about to retaliate when she saw Fang Yuan hiding behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable again. This had happened more than 100 times since the start of the battle. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer as angry as before, seeing that giant Sun Immortal was being attacked by hundreds of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable activated her killer move and destroyed dozens of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal used this chance to escape the encirclement of the giant arms. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was ambushed. He gave up on Giant Sun Immortal and targeted Star Constellation Immortal Venerable instead. Star Constellation, distract the Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I will capture Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal saw this and quickly communicated. Next, his body turned into a golden rainbow as he flew out, trying to get around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attack Fang Yuan, who was behind him. But at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She did not engage in a stalemate with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Instead, she left behind a star form phantom while her true body moved. The star form phantom was instantly destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The latter immediately turned around and attacked Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal was trapped again. He was a little surprised. He quickly transmitted to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation, why are you doing this? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sent the report of the battle inside the Starry Sky Calculation Formation to Giant Sun Immortal. She asked, Giant Sun Immortal, how do you explain this? This. Giant Sun Immortal smiled awkwardly. He immediately understood the reason. He explained, Star Constellation, have you heard of the true meaning of luck path, fortune, and misfortune come together? This luck path killer move is exactly like that. After I activated it, I completely lost control of it. I do not know how it works or how it manifests in the end. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation was not destroyed. This is just a small disaster. Misfortune turns to fortune. This small disaster now can be exchanged for great fortune in the future. We should be looking forward to it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered, using my small misfortune to exchange for your great fortune? Giant Sun Immortal, is that what you mean? The Giant Sun Immortal choked and said, I will compensate for all direct losses, but as for the specific amount, how about we discuss it after the battle? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded at Giant Sun Immortal, continuing to fight alongside him. She chose to believe in the Giant Sun Immortal. From her point of view, although the Giant Sun Immortal's standpoint was different from the Celestial Court's, he valued family and had a deep humanity. He loved his descendants and was very protective of them. There was an obvious difference between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no bottom line. He had to be extremely cautious and not believe in his promises. However, the words of the giant sun, immortal, could still be trusted, especially since the compensation wasn't that great. Of course, more importantly, in such a situation, a single venerable could not deal with Feng Yuan. Giant sun, immortal, and star constellation, immortal venerable, could not watch as Feng Yuan absorbed the entire heaven path dream realm. Starry sky calculation formation. Qi Si ancestor stirred up countless air currents. It was hard to defend against them. Zhang Budu charged forward like a dragon. Nobody could stop him. Wu Shuai controlled millions of ants to infiltrate and devour the entire starry sky calculation formation. Star constellations will an embroidered tower tried to repair star constellation chessboard while manipulating embroidered tower to help the starry sky calculation formation. The starry sky calculation formation had very low offensive and defensive power. If not for this, Giant Sun and Feng Yuan would not have watched star constellation Immortal Venerable create this formation so easily. Even with embroidered towers' help and the Gu Immortals in the formation space maintaining and repairing it, the starry sky calculation formation continued to break under the fierce attacks of Feng Yuan's 3 clones. Finally, several formation cores were exposed. These formation cores all have immortal Gu. My ants cannot invade them. They are very mysterious. Wu Shuai transmitted. Qi Si ancestor and Zhang Budu both tried to do it, but failed. These formation cores were shrouded in starlight. They were hard to distinguish between real and fake. Feng Yuan's 3 clones' attacks were like illusions. The starlight only shook intensely. I'm afraid he used a phantom path method. I am powerless. Zhang Budu shrugged. His main trump card was incomplete freedom transformation. He was good at charging at the front lines. He was not skilled in other aspects. Qi Si ancestor also frowned. In this difficult situation, he suddenly glanced at the orange-yellow pill jade. After this orange-yellow pill jade destroyed star constellation chessboard, it shrunk in size. Its aura and radiance dimmed greatly. 60% of it was used. Only 20% was left. Why don't we try using Giant Sun, Immortal's egg yolk killer move? Qi Si ancestor had already obtained information from the main body. He communicated with the other 2 clones, arranging a battle tactic. Zhang Budu and Wu Shuai attracted star constellations. Will Qi Si ancestor successfully used his Qi Path giant hand to grab the orange-yellow pill jade before tossing it towards the closest formation core. This formation core was under Black Heaven Temple's Gu Immortal Zhangji's control. Seeing the orange-yellow pill jade approaching the formation core, he shouted and asked for help. Star constellations will noticed it and immediately took action. Embroidered tower shot out countless Dao marks, diverting the orange-yellow pill jade and causing it to land near the formation core. However, the Gu worms near the formation core were affected by the orange-yellow pill jade. They became chaotic. Zhang Jigong wanted to suppress this terrible situation, but Feng Yuan's 3 clones continued to bombard him. Embroidered Tower did its best to protect them, but the commotion still affected the other Gu worms. These mortal Gu were either destroyed or destroyed. It was not a big deal. As long as the immortal Gu in the formation core were stabilized, the missing parts could be replenished in time. But the actual situation was not like this. The surrounding mortal Gu shook and were destroyed. All sorts of minute changes stacked on top of each other and rapidly magnified, directly threatening the immortal Gu in the formation core. Zhang Ji's actions of stabilizing the situation turned into an accomplice. Next, under his incredulous gaze, the immortal Gu in the formation core cracked and shattered. Originally, the formation core's formation core immortal Gu were all complete. They were closely connected and concealed each other. But now, one of them suddenly collapsed, revealing a huge flaw. Feng Yuan's 3 clones immediately attacked fiercely. Star constellations could not care about anything else. She could only focus on maintaining the star core calculation formation. Giant Sun Immortal, how do you explain this? Within spectral heaven, star constellation Immortal Venerable questioned again. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. I'll compensate you. Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Is this just a matter of compensation? Giant Sun Immortal sighed again. Calm down. Stopping Fang Yuan is the most important thing now. How can I be careless? Once this killer move is activated, it will not be under my control. Let's see how it develops. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. This move of yours is helping Fang Yuan's clone. Its power has already dissipated. It has completely vanished. How will it develop? How will it affect Fang Yuan's side? Giant Sun Immortal laughed heartily. Even though it has dissipated, it is only on the surface. The true variables are formless. They have already started to affect the world and all living beings. Everything is changing. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's heart shook slightly. She was also deducing and deepening her understanding of the killer move myriad changes. Flying yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's talent was astonishing. This move was truly out of the norm. It was not within the boundaries of any offensive killer move in history. It was extremely unique. Then I will wait and see. With a strong enemy ahead, Star constellation Immortal Venerable had to compromise with Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal let out a sigh of relief. The yellow-pilled jade vanished. He relaxed as he thought, even if Celestial Court suffers losses because of this move in the future, they will not be able to produce any evidence. This move has linked variables. It is most beneficial to me. It seems that Celestial Court is my main enemy currently. Thus, this move was not used on Fang Yuan. Instead, it is helping Fang Yuan to deal with Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal analyzed the situation in his mind. Inside the starry sky calculation formation, Gu Immortal Zhang Ji coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as a sheet. In order to protect the formation core, he had given it his all, but he failed in the end. Fang Yuan's 3 clones had already grasped the weakness. They started to expand their gains. Originally, because of Phantom Path, the starry sky calculation formation was perfect and flawless. Fang Yuan's 3 clones could not do anything about it. But now, they had a crucial breakthrough. They created a hole in the perfect formation and started to attack the surroundings from this hole. The healing Gu Immortal quickly rushed to Zhang Ji's side and started healing him. Zhang Ji was very dejected. He coughed out blood as he blamed himself. I have failed Celestial Court's nurturing. I have failed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's request. I actually lost the formation core. The healing Gu Immortal quickly consoled him. This is all because of Giant Sun Immortal's killer move. It is not your fault. Zhang Ji still had a look of disbelief on his face. This luck path killer move is truly strange. It can link all the variables together and amplify them, eventually harming the formation core Immortal Gu. Like a pole that was pressed down, the other end would rise. The formation core's Immortal Gu and the surrounding Mortal Gu were like countless poles that were connected together. If one pole was pressed down, the other pole would rise, but the other pole would press down on the pole that was raised. These 2 variables would cancel each other out. Everything was unpredictable. Fei Huang did the exact opposite. It gathered all of the variables together and destroyed the formation core Immortal Gu. After a while of healing, Zhang Ji's injuries stabilized. During this period of time, 3 more formation cores of the starry sky calculation formation were destroyed by Fang Yuan's clones. This is all my fault. Zhang Ji blamed himself. He felt that the situation was collapsing. But at this time, another Gu Immortal came to his side. This was a formation path grandmaster. The situation is urgent. I am here to repair the formation. I need your help. Zhang Ji quickly stood up and cupped his fists, expressing that he would help even if he had to risk his life. Even though the formation core Immortal Gu was destroyed, This Gu Immortal Formation Path Grandmaster could use immortal materials to set up the formation. He could temporarily replace the destroyed formation core immortal Gu for emergencies. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation was created with great difficulty. Star constellations did not want it to be destroyed. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects had also tasted the benefits of this formation. They did not want it to be destroyed. 2. Chapter 2350. The Formation Path Grandmaster calculated with all his strength. After a while, his face turned pale, and he was covered in sweat. To repair this formation core, we need 500 kilograms of the rank 8 immortal material, heavy sand. Zhang Ji's heart sank. Heavy sand was Western Desert's specialty. It could not be produced in the other 4 regions. Now that they needed such a huge amount of heavy sand, how could they gather it? Zhang Ji was worried when the Formation Path Grandmaster let out a breath of air, saying, "The heavy sand will be replenished by Celestial Court's immortal treasury, but we need someone to enter spectral heaven and inject at least 250 kilograms of heavy sand from top to bottom. By then, we will be inside the formation and coordinate with them. We will be able to repair the formation core." "I'll go," Zhang Ji immediately said. The Formation Path Grandmaster shook his head, saying directly, "Your injuries are only temporarily suppressed. Your battle strength is too weak. If you leave the formation now, you will be easily killed by those 3 demons. The 3 demons will also be able to find the vague location of the space inside the formation." "What should we do?" Zhang Ji sighed bitterly. The Formation Path Grandmaster was slightly dazed. He received Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders and said, "All right, be it immortal materials or manpower, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will arrange them personally. Zhang Ji, use this time to heal your injuries. I will go to the next formation core and decide on the method to repair it." Saying so, the Formation Path Grandmaster left hurriedly. Zhang Ji looked at his back as he looked around, only to see that the formation space was in chaos. The Gu Immortals guarding here were all extremely busy. Even with Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will here, Fang Yuan's 3 clones still gave them huge pressure. Zhang Ji felt his own weakness deeply. He sighed helplessly as he used this time to heal his injuries. Western Desert. Lin Clan's headquarters, the Blessed Land. Lin Clan's first Supreme Elder, the #1 Gu Immortal in Western Desert, Lin Jianxing, walked out of the Blessed Land with 9 spiritual fairy. "I wish immortal friend Jieling a smooth journey." Lin Jianxing smiled. Celestial Court wanted to take Lin Jianxing's body to quickly refine Bo Qing and restrain Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, 9 spiritual fairy, and the other 4 Celestial Court Gu Immortals attacked Lin Jianxing, but suffered a crushing defeat. 9 spiritual fairy was captured by Lin Jianxing because she brought up the rear, but at this moment, she was personally released by Lin Jianxing. 9 spiritual fairy's expression was grim. Even though she regained her freedom, she did not feel any joy. She stared at Lin Jianxing and asked, "What did the Celestial Court pay to redeem me?" "Lin," Jianxing did not conceal it. He said frankly, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable values you greatly. I mustered my courage and offered a price. I was lucky enough to obtain 11 desolate sword leaf trees. 8 desolate sword leaf tree." 9 spiritual fairies' mood turned even heavier. These 8 desolate sword leaf trees had a huge origin. They originated from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was an immemorial desolate plant created by the Venerable One. It was not a natural product of nature. The 8 desolate sword leaf tree contained dense wood path Dao marks, but its roots were in a metal path immortal material mine. The leaves it produced were pure sword path, rank 8 immortal materials. These 8 desolate sword leaf trees were unique. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had nurtured them personally, but he only left 20 of them for the Celestial Court. A portion of the 8 desolate sword leaf trees died or were used in the following days. Only these 11 trees were left, and now Lin Jianxing had obtained them all. Lin Jianxing escorted her all the way to the intersection of the regional walls of Western Desert, Central Continent, and Northern Plains before stopping and watching 9 spiritual fairy leave alone. My negotiations with star constellations will had been in a deadlock. To think that star constellations will suddenly relented and was willing to give me 11 desolate sword leaf trees, but apart from releasing 9 spiritual fairy, I also won 100 kilograms of heavy sand. I obtained these 11 desolate sword leaf trees. They were truly beneficial. My earlier guess was not wrong. As long as I comprehend them properly, I can recreate the scene of the sword forest in the future. The celestial court is a huge force after all. It has an extremely deep foundation. Even after multiple losses, it still has a foundation that other superforces cannot compare to. It is a pity that in the previous battle, I only captured 9 spiritual fairy. Otherwise, I could have asked for more cultivation resources from the celestial court. Fate Gu's destruction had a profound effect on the world and on Gu cultivators. The celestial court had an immortal graveyard. Gu immortals could revive after dying in battle. Thus, seeking death and not preserving their lives was a correct tactic. Fang Yuan was even more excessive in this regard. He purposely revived Gu immortals as Gu masters and made them undergo immortal ascension again, using the killer move Thieving Heaven's Secret to gain the greatest benefits. Thus, Lin Jianxing killed a member of the celestial court, but it did not amount to enmity. He could revive anyway. Instead, he captured 9 spiritual fairy alive and stopped her from seeking death. He became a problem for the celestial court. After a long negotiation, the celestial court finally redeemed this captive, allowing Lin Jianxing to get what he wanted. It is a pity that even though my sword path is strong in offense, it is not proficient in restraining and capturing. Sigh, this world is different from the rest. Originally, heaven and earth focused on cultivation methods, but this place focuses on goo worms, immortal essence, immortal materials, and other cultivation resources. Cultivation resources are the foundation of everything. Now that the Venerables are confronting each other, it is suitable for my Lin clan to expand. If I wait until the Venerables decide the victor, I, Lin Jianxing, would not be able to become a sword path venerable. I would probably have to submit to them. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's deduction was not wrong. Lin Jianxing was indeed an otherworldly demon. In his original world, he was the leader of a sword path sect. He was also called an ancestor. Such a person was naturally not willing to be subservient. He was an ambitious person who had seen through the ways of the world. Thus, after Lin Jianxing defeated the 5 immortals of the Celestial Court, he did not explain himself. He was happy that people thought he was a demonic path force. He was a sword path pseudo-venerable. What did he have to fear? Did he have to fear other Western Desert superforces? What a joke! Thus, the ones who wanted Lin Jianxing to clarify that he and Lin clan were righteous path forces were these Western Desert superforces. This way, Lin clan would be restricted by the righteous path superforces, unable to act freely. But so what if he clarified himself? Wasn't Lin clan previously a righteous path superforce? But if the Celestial Court wanted to attack them, they could. The latter was the number 1 righteous path superforce in the world. On the contrary, becoming a demonic path was more suitable for Lin clan to annex and expand. Of course, Lin Jianxing could not resist the attacks of Venerables. But if he could not resist, did he have to give up? In Lin Jianxing's mind, there was no such logic. Precisely because he was weak, he could do his best to become stronger, to become an expert. Precisely because he would be bullied, he had to grab onto any hope to resist and become stronger. Lin Jianxing thought like this, and also acted like this. He had already made ample mental preparations. Even if a venerable came to deal with him in the future, he would bear the consequences. As long as he could preserve his life, he would join another venerable. Perhaps he could even turn his misfortune into fortune, obtaining the venerable's support and achieving greater things. After Lin Jianxing sent off 9 spiritual faerie, he did not return to his headquarters, but continued to head north, deep into northern plains. He concealed himself and flew swiftly. Not long after, he arrived at the forbidden area of the Flower Forest. Flower Forest Forbidden Area was one of the 10 great forbidden areas of northern plains. Countless mushrooms grew inside. These mushrooms were as large as trees, forming a vast forest. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in the forest. Their fragrance permeated the air, forming a dense fog. Every time the moon was full and night fell, the fragrant fog would condense and turn into liquid that flowed around the roots of the mushroom trees. The fragrance flowed and nourished these mushroom trees, allowing them to grow even stronger. Like other forbidden areas, there were countless desolate beast groups living here, including many immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants. Zhuo Yihui had been hiding in Flower Forest Forbidden Area for the last few days. It was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It could enter the forbidden area and settle down. It was much more convenient and suitable than Gu immortals. Zhuo Yihui was hiding in Flower Forest. He had his own motives. He was after none other than Yu Tianguang, who was imprisoned in Longevity Heaven. He wanted to save the latter, and Flower Forest Forbidden Area was a rare northern plains forbidden area. Not only could it hide him, it was also the closest to Longevity Heaven. I am going. I will have to rely on you two now. Don't think of escaping. I have my methods on you. You do not have Huang Jin bloodline. Who can save you? Before Zhuo Yihui left, he did not forget to warn Lu Qingming and Su Guang. These 2 Gu immortals were unlucky people. They wanted to leave northern plains and go to western desert to develop, but they were kidnapped by Zhuo Yihui and brought to Flower Forest Forbidden Area. The forbidden area was extremely dangerous. With their strength, they could not escape. If not for Zhuo Yihui's protection, they would not even survive a day in this forbidden area. Of course not. Our lives are in your hands. We will do our best. We will not slack off. Facing Zhuo Yihui's warning, Lu Qingming quickly replied. Zhuo Yihui snorted coldly. Its huge body turned into a pool of black liquid. It drilled into the ground and vanished. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were helpless. They could only follow Zhuo Yihui's instructions. They stepped into an immortal formation and slowly activated it. The immortal formation's power slowly seeped out. The entire process was silent. This was the specialty of Dark Path. As time passed, the immemorial desolate beast groups around Flower Forest Forbidden Area started to become restless, especially when Zhuo Yihui had done something to the beast leaders, but they did not notice it. Most Gu immortals could not do this. Zhuo Yihui was a legendary Dark Path immemorial desolate beast. It could be said to be the #1 Dark Path Gu cultivator. It used all of its methods. Not long after, the immemorial beast groups started to roar in anger. The beast groups lacked intelligence. They were wary of each other and influenced each other. Soon, they started to riot. Groups of immemorial beast groups started to move under the influence of the immortal formation. They completely disrupted the order of the entire forbidden area, creating a huge beast tide. This wave of beasts broke through the borders of the forbidden flower forest and swept towards the nearby golden tribes. The Huangjin tribes were shocked. They quickly reported to Longevity Heaven and asked for reinforcements. In this situation, Lin Jianxing arrived above Flower Forest Forbidden Area.